Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. It's me, Mary, and we're playing Wanderlust Travel Stories. I've not played this yet, so this will be interesting, but Evie, welcome to stream. Hopefully you are doing well. So this is like a really interactive game. If the music is too loud compared to my voice, just let me know and I'll fix it. But I think it should be good looking at the audio mixer. The desktop audio, which is the music in this game, is very low compared to my voice, so I feel like it should be okay. But we'll start a new story. Please wait. All right. Yeah, I was hoping to use my new chair right now, but sadly that's not the case. There was like a few little broken pieces in it, so can't do anything about that, I guess. All right, let's see here. The travel narrative is the oldest in the world, a story the wanderer tells to the folk gathered around the fire after his or her return from a journey. This is what I saw. And it's the origin of narrative fiction too. The traveler enlivening a dozing group with invented details. I didn't get to read the rest. Ben, welcome to stream. How are you doing? So I'm using my old chair. Okay, so Easter Island is apparently where we're starting. Again, if the volume of the game is too loud compared to my voice, let me know. It really shouldn't be. It looks like the audio is like really, really low. But yeah, if it's not loud enough or it's too loud, let me know, guys. Okay. A small dot in the middle of the Pacific. 6 hours flight to anywhere. Okay, it looks like we can go to Hongarao, a bar. I guess we'll go there. I apologize if I mispronounce some of the words in this game, because I know that there's going to be a chance meeting. Imagine that you arrive on the island. Imagine that you're greeted with a flower necklace. How impatient you are to see the famous Maui? How do you pronounce that? Imagine, I know those are the statues on that island. Imagine that you live on the island. Imagine preparing for the next batch of tourists and how busy you are. People engaged in the routines. It is no wonder you could try and guess where they came from, especially when they were as loud and made as much disturbance as the wet group under the awning. Listened or watched. What do you think we should do, guys? This is an interactive game for the most part, so I'm letting you guys decide what we should do. I don't think there's any bad decisions, but I'm not sure. But I wanted to do something different besides Dead by Daylight, so I did honestly almost stream Dead by Daylight, and I was like, no, I said I wanted to stream this, so we'll see how long this takes us to actually play through. Because, you know, we can learn some history with this and see what happens. And I think it was 6.5 hours it takes to beat just this game, but obviously I'm streaming it and interactivity and you guys are answering and stuff like that, so it's gonna take longer. Plus me also reading it out loud. So the view is beautiful, blah, blah, blah. The tourists all look the same. Listen to their accents, you could try and guess where they're from, but we'll see what happens. Most people can be, especially with words that aren't their own language, because even if they have the same letters can be pronounced differently. Yes, exactly. Like, read and read. Like, R-E-E-D, like a reed of paper or whatever, or like a reed. And then, or like an instrument, or R-E-A-D, like I like to read the newspaper. Watch, all right? Situations like that you do not wish to pry, but you notice. The rain brought them together, and soon they sat down and made themselves comfortable. I must confess... Yeah, there they are, yeah. Who was I, or who are they? Oh, I must confess that I was observing them on purpose. Who was I, who were they? Yeah, like I know the differences between that. If you're saying like they are under control, you're using the last one. If you're saying there goes a beautiful dog, you're saying the second one. And if you're saying, let's see, what's the last one? Their name was Evie, you would use the first one. Who am I? All right. It's not important who I was. Oh, okay, well, never mind. That would become clear at the right moment. What interested me was their story. They were all Europeans, still excited that they were on an island over 2,000 miles away from the nearest continent. At first, I thought it was a group of friends, but no, their awkward body language revealed they just met for the first time. So, who are you all? Asked someone. I was also curious. That was a question, wasn't it? I don't know how about you, but I love watching people imagining who they are, trying to get under their skin, trying to understand, judging them, or making my own entertainment. Yeah, I know. Gee, thanks. That really helped us out. We're gonna find in time who we are, I guess. So now we get 3 choices. Up on, like, this area over here, actually, I don't even know if you can see that, but up on the right, I think later on you get, like, points and stuff, like, for different things, so we're not that far into this, obviously, yet. We just started. And I'm like sitting on a pillow right now because it's more comfortable than sitting on like a t-shirt, because that's what I usually use for this chair, because it gets scratchy and I stick to it. So yeah, hopefully we can get the other chair, because I need a new chair. So it just sucks the other one was broken. Yeah, I like pulled a piece out and a bunch of these little black bits were like broken off of it. It's the only piece that had any issues. And I was kind of bummed because I think it was one of the armrests, which I definitely need to be able to use. So if it had been as pillow or something like that, that wouldn't have been a big deal. But yeah, I need to be able to use it essentially. Yeah, I got this game plus the like the extra game, plus the soundtrack for like $5 and something. This game is regular price in the store right now, so I'm glad I bought it when I did. Actually, I found this game by looking up a different game that I got a coupon for on Steam, that I was like, oh, what's this game? And looked at like kind of connected games, or not connected, but by the same company. And yeah, I was like, oh, okay, cool. You guys have any preference? If not, I'll just pick one, I guess. I don't know about you, but I love watching people imagining who they are and trying to get under my skin. Making your own entertainment. Okay. Make my own entertainment. Who is he in love with? What drama is she going through? Where have those 2 strangers met before, and why are they pretending they haven't? The movies I'm directing in my head are pretty entertaining, but sometimes I learn that the truth can be stranger than fiction. I always pick one person. Making them the protagonists of my imagined stories. When I try to focus on too many people at once, there's no real connection. It all remains superficial, like I could see only the inside of my head. It was easy this time. One of them got my attention instantly. Was it the gray hair? Was it the eyes? All right. I mean, I know what I notice usually first in people, but that's up to you guys. Yeah, eyes. Yeah, that would be mine. All right. Oh, okay. It was the eyes. He had a startled expression. She was all smiles, or her eyes were shrewd. Okay, so it could be a dude or a woman here. Either he had a startled expression, yeah, should you rapidly blink? She was all smiles or her eyes were shrewd. At least this music's very like ASMR relaxing and calm and ooh, rain and stuff. This is nice. Startled. All right. Earlier that evening, the guy walked in and hesitated before he sat alone at the table. He nursed a beer, lost in his thoughts. From time to time, he looked around anxiously. He seemed startled when the others invaded his privacy. I knew the type. Always in his head, a hopeless romantic or reluctant tourist. I think Ben might be sleeping. Alrighty, if you want to pick on everything, that's fine. I don't care who it is. Either of you can pick, I can pick, it doesn't matter. Romantic type? Alright. He was one of the men who always dream of new excitement, new adventures, new... Oh, main character, the man. So, let's see. He was one of the men who always dream of new excitement, new adventures, new romance. But when the occasion arises, they hesitate and let it pass. So, new main character, the man. Then the others came. Oh, a new background. Cool. All right. That's pretty. Ooh. Later that evening, for a bunch of strangers, they got along well. The rain stopped, giving way to the beautiful sunset, and they didn't even notice. Drops of water shining on palm leaves, small lizards catching the last rays of sun, dormant volcano in the distance, all that was lost on them. They talked over their beers, joking, laughing, getting to know one another. I watched them. By the way, I'm Tomak. The quiet guy gave the others a half smile. I was sure I'd spend the evening alone, but that's okay. I enjoy meeting new people. I wouldn't have thought that, laughed one of the women. I was curious what kind of movies their lives were and what would happen between them. Would they remain strangers? Would they become friends? Would drama ensue? Introductions followed. The older guy from Portugal was called Adelia. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing these wrong. The father and daughter came from the UK. He was called Henry and her name was Henriette. Henry is a very British name. The younger woman, Martine, was from Germany and Tomak was from Poland. So the main character is Tomak and he's from Poland. Cool, I watched him. I watched them more and more curious if I'd chosen the right person. When I was a kid, I saw this movie called Rapa Nui and was curious about the island ever since, Mock said. It's different than I thought, though. More modern, safer, not much of a traveler. He was a funny one, or I was not sure if I liked him. I love how it says, I was not sure if liked him. So there's supposed to be like an I there, but who cares? That's a mistake. So we can either be like, oh, we're not sure if we like this dude. He was a funny one, or he's not much of a traveler, was he? Because he basically saw this movie, and this island seems different than he saw in the movie. Not much of a traveler, right? I didn't think he was much of a traveler, and yet he ended up here. How did that happen? Time would tell what kind of person he really was. They talked about how small Rapa Nui seemed from the plane, how big it was when you walked, compared notes on the accommodation, all stayed in Hongaroi, as it was the only town on the island, and planned their sightseeing. But who are all of you? Tomak said, or asked, I guess. He asked a few beers later, what are your stories? Ooh, I love a good story, but I'm not sure if we've got enough time for everyone to tell one of the others answered. One night won't be enough. Well, are any of you leaving tomorrow? I know I'm not, Tomak said. Let's spend the next few days together, see the island. I'm sure we can find a guide here and tell each other our stories. I love how, like, he just is intercepting into these people's plans, like, hey, we're gonna spend time together. Let's do this. And everybody's just like, yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, definitely. They all agreed. He stroked his chin. We need a theme. The others looked at him curious. I also watched him. Yeah, I guess. I also watched him as he asked, what was the journey that changed you most? I hope their stories would be entertaining. Next chapter. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go off with some random dude I just met, but cool beans, I guess. Chapter 1. All right, so we have moved the map for more options, so we can go back to Tamok's story, or we can go to Adelia's story. So Adelia's Africa and Tamok is Europe. So we can go to Tamok's story, which is apparently an hour long, roughly, and then Adelia's story is roughly 3 hours long. So whose story do you want to go to, guys? Tamok's, who we already kind of know, or Adelia, who I forget where they're from. I forget. I know there's Henry and Henrietta from Europe. They're from London or England or something. Adias? Okay. All right, let's go for the longer one. All right, Easter Island. Uma Pai? They watch the dance. Oh, there we go. There's a... I don't know what the people on Easter Island are called, so... I know they're not the Maoris. Wisps of smoke danced in the night air as the master of the ceremony put the last stone on the food. So this is Adelia. It was a spectacular show. With men painted in traditional patterns, dances, and stories about the origin of Umu. The food was now cooking in the ground, wrapped in banana leaves and surrounded by hot volcanic stones. Ah, cool. So it might be a pig or something. Sorry, guys. It would take a few hours. It would take the next few hours, time that the tourists were meant to spend together or getting acquainted with the Rapa Nui culture and learning the steps of some traditional dances. Martine, her face already painted, looked curiously over Adelia's shoulder. Adelia didn't notice. She was focused on scribbling something in a battered traveler's notebook. Martine couldn't help but ask. What are you so busy writing? She asked. Mostly memories, my dear, the older woman smiled, closing the notebook. I have one to share if you want to listen. She didn't reach for the notebook, though. It seemed she'd have no problem remembering that particular trip. Nothing can ever happen twice. She started. Okay. Please wait. Reina activated. That's what I'm used to when I hear please wait on a computer. Oh, we got achievement. The railroad track is miles away. Okay, I gotta see what that achievement is. Oh, right, we're in Africa. Because I was like, oh, why is there an elephant in the thing? Hold on. I gotta check my achievement real quick, see what I got it for. Because I don't have this game in a very large, like, window, so this is perfect. Yeah, please wait with the island loads. Apparently, almost 50% of people have gotten this, so that's a little sad because this is literally the first achievement you get. Choose your first story. How have only 50% of people, like less than 50% of people, gotten this achievement? That seems super strange to me, but I do have a trading card in this game, which is weird because I got one when I first loaded it a few days ago, and it's a foil one, which isn't like the normal like thing for the game. It's like one of the special ones, and if you go to sell it in the store, it's only worth like a little bit, but if you go to buy one, it's like $5 or something. All right, so Africa. Today is always gone tomorrow. Yeah, I was like, ooh, okay, so we have some money. We have less than $3,000. Chapter 1, midday, March 9th. So we're in Ghana. Look at the coffin. Kumasi? The coffin looked like an airplane. It looked like it had been built from warped wooden planks. The paint didn't even cover the wood in some places, but there's no doubt about it. It was an airplane. Had wings, a tail, a Ghanaian airline logo, a little windows painted on in a shaky hand, even a ladder. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you like it? Somebody asked. I don't know. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Oh, what's this do? Oh. Oh, okay. So if you just click on that, you can learn about it. Cool. Okay, so it was a funeral custom here. The coffin shape was connected to the person's occupation, their character, and their hobbies. I've seen coffins shaped like shrimp, wine bottles, cars, even shoes. Oh, on Amazing Race, I've seen this where they have it. I don't know if it was in Ghana, but they had like these really cool, intricate, different coffins. So yeah, you can totally tell this is a coffin. This is actually really neat. So yes, yeah, it looks cool, right? Yes, I do. It's a beautiful way to show how much we cared about her. It always amazed me how lightly and beautifully death could be treated. Now this strange artifact contained my friend's body. The mourners danced around the coffin, pouring liquor on it to call forth ancestral spirits. It's fascinating thought with almost clinical detachment, but I wasn't there as a reporter, not this time. Hadn't been in Africa for what seemed like an eternity. The last time I'd visit Ghana was almost 30 years earlier. Everything here reminded me of Adwoa, the smell of the air, the prints on the dresses, the sing-song cadence of her language, Twi, which I'd never learned. Again, if I mispronounce some of these things, I apologize. Ashanti. She was Ashanti, a descendant of the people who built Ghana and ruled it before the British came. Nowadays, the Ashanti king was as important as Ghana's president. Funeral was grandiose, just as I expected. It wasn't uncommon for families to spend thousands of dollars on them. The coffin alone must have cost hundreds. There were fresh flowers everywhere, and canopies hung over tables piled high with all kinds of food from around the world. I even spotted some hamburgers. She was a worldly person after all. If she'd been there, she'd be laughing, angry, or sad. I like how you can click on the bottom. Oh, this is a picture apparently by Brent Morse or Mosre. It's hard to read that. Oh no, Brent Moore. Edited, I guess. So that's a picture by Brent. So she'd be laughing, angry, or sad if this person that was alive, or if this person was alive, they would be one of these things. Yeah, I like how at the bottom it gives you a little option to click and find out a little bit more about like what a shanty is, because you might not know what that is. That's cool. Be sad. I bet she'd have been sad to see the uneaten food go to waste after the celebration. Why hadn't she told me she was ill? Why hadn't she written to me about it? Why hadn't she wanted to see me when her father called, or why hadn't I called? I mean, it could go either way here. It could go either one of these two are options, I guess. Like, why hadn't I called? Why hadn't she called? I called. Okay. I hadn't been in contact with her for so long. When her father called to tell me she died of pancreatic cancer, ooh, that's rough. For a minute, I couldn't understand what he was talking about. I thought it was a joke. Who is this? Is this a joke? I snapped. No, he said, and something in his voice made my heart sink. Funny how you can feel your heart fall through your body to the ground, leaving a gaping hole behind. Oh, well, apparently we're at the Kotoka International Airport. We're optimistic. This is back in 1987, 28 years ago. Accra, Ghana. Tells me blaming either is not a good idea, yeah. We'd met almost, so we're hopeless and optimistic, I guess. We'd met almost 30 years before. I'd been sent to Africa by Jornal de Noticias to research a long, in-depth piece on magic in Ghana and Togo, what they called juju. Young, lithe, and full of enthusiasm, I hurriedly swung my bags onto the conveyor belt at the check-in counter in Accra Airport, and then I saw her. She was on the other side of the counter, taking care of the bags and passengers, her head crowned with a magnificent set of braids. Just my luck, the moment my colleague goes for lunch, everyone comes at once. Sounds like a curse. Sounds like a man. What? Okay. So yeah, this is February 4th, 1987. I was born at this time in my life, but I wasn't very old at this moment. I can't tell who the photo, it tells who it's by, but it's Jared or something. A man? Sure, we'll go with that, I guess. Yeah, sounds like a man, I answered. She laughed. I was packing my books and papers when she touched my battered copy of one of Anais Nin's journals. Anais? I always wanted to read her work, but it's so hard to get, she said. I handed her the book. On impulse, I handed her the book. Give me your phone number. I'll pick it up when I come back. When do you come back? Soon. I'm doing research for an article on juju. There's a glimmer in her eyes. I might be your perfect source then. Dun dun dun. Once the plane was in the air, I wondered what had come over me. I didn't even know when or even if I was coming back. So why had I said it would be soon? And why had I given my beloved book to her just like that? I think I saw myself in her. Birds of a feather. In the end, she actually did turn out to be the perfect source. She gave me back my book. I lent her some Erica Young, and within no time, our friendship flourished. Her name was Adwoa. We talked about politics, art or love. See, you find people in the randomest of places. Art. We talked about art. Oh, apparently we talked about all these things. We talked about art, politics, and love. She took me to a theater to see Anoa by Alma Ata Adu, and we argued about the importance of having children. I shared my fascination with Paula Rego and her Dog Woman series. How appropriate, she scoffed. Then she told me how nobody really cared about the rights of women. Women were treated like domestic animals. They were expected to work, give birth, and cook. Horrible, I thought. I knew what she meant. Yeah, I know, it's not really a choice. We talked about all these things, but I guess it's leaning more towards like the art aspect. I guess we talked about all these things, but then we really just focused on the art. So yeah, women were treated like domestic animals. They were expected to work, give birth, and cook. This sounds very much like old school, like ideologies and shit. The men are ahead of the households and all that stuff. Oh, now it's evening. We're optimistic. Horrible. Yeah, I know, right? Let's see. One night when she got drunk, she told me to not believe anybody because everybody lied, herself included. She said it was because of colonialism and that it had destroyed their morality. I listened. I argued. I like choose your own adventure, like books and stuff. I remember reading them when growing up. I had some Goosebump ones, which I really liked. I had one about a carnival. And it had some sort of like purple alligator or something on the front of it. Purple crocodile or alligator. I think it was an alligator. I did that for a book report for school, and then the teacher's like, no, you can't do that. Men of this time should attempt to give birth. I know, right? I've seen videos where like men get put they get attached to some sort of machine that simulates like menstrual cramps or simulates like giving birth and stuff, and it's really interesting what happens in the videos, how the reactions are. I listened and said nothing. It was her story. And then she said it was very useful to believe in God, but it was even more useful to believe in more than one God, and that no matter what God you believed in, you should be scared of juju. You believe in juju? I asked. My mother told me that when I was born, I was cursed to be forever unhappy. Gee, what a nice thing to say to your daughter or your child. You are cursed to forever be unhappy. So I had a simple choice: to believe it and be unhappy, or ignore her and be happy. Simple, isn't it? She would leave early in the morning to go to work, and I would stay right. Yeah, I know, mother of the year. I was young, I had the money, and I was doing what my mother had told me to do when I was little. Run away. Run as far away from my oppressive city as possible. Apparently my shitty mom, too. Alright. So, Kamasi Ghana now. Yeah, I've seen the videos on that. As I looked at the absurd coffin, it all came flooding back. Adwoa's words about juju rang in my ears, more palpable than ever, especially here in her hometown, surrounded by her relatives. I shivered. I was tired. I'd gotten up early. It was a long ride. I feel like a long ride, because hasn't it been like hours or something? Although this is like, I don't know if this is, because we're supposed to be on Easter Island, so this is present day, so I'm not sure. Although this is the story that is being told, so there we go. Got up early. I know I'd be tired if I had to freaking get up early. I got up at the crack of dawn to catch the bus at 6 in the morning. Ugh. Okay. Accra that morning. I was alone at the bus stop, and it dawned on me, ironically, that I'd forgotten about everyone's sense of time here. If you were scheduled to leave at 6, people would come at 7, and you'd leave at 8. Sense of time. Your sense of time is so funny, I remembered Adwa saying. You're always worried about deadlines. You look at your watch all the time. You're like that white rabbit from the book you gave me. Are you talking about Alice in Wonderland? I know, I'm not a morning person at all, yeah. Yeah, the main character can be one, sure. Who cares? It's always warm here. There's always food. You don't have to run all the time. I really like Alice in Wonderland. At 7:30, everybody was finally there. Someone led a round of prayers for our safe journey. Then somebody needed to get their water. Will this take much longer? I start to laugh. I mean, I'm a pretty patient person in real life when it comes to other people doing stuff like restaurants and stuff. Some people are like, oh man, I haven't gotten my meal in 10 minutes. I'm like, oh, okay, it could be longer. That's fine. No big deal. At like stores and stuff, I'm a really like patient person. But when it comes to stuff I'm doing, I'm not very patient. So I started to laugh, sat down and reached for my book. A plump woman in a beautiful red dress handed me some food. I took it eagerly. It was rice with vegetables and some meat that looked suspiciously like tripe. I didn't ask. When you're offered food in Africa, you eat and you're grateful. So I ate. What if you're allergic to it? So I ate and felt grateful. I was even more grateful for the liquor she passed me, or like some of the vegetables you're like allergic to or something. So I ate and felt grateful. I was even more grateful for the liquor she passed me. Why are you wearing black? I was going to a funeral. It's my custom. mean, it could literally be either of these. I wore a black dress to Ryan's grandpa's service the other day, and it's the same dress I wore to my dad's, like, service, the funeral. I'm going to funeral answers. So am I, but I don't wear black to funeral. But you don't wear black to funerals. You wear red. Oh, well, okay. Apparently in Ghana, you wear red to a funeral. I mean, African clothing can be very colorful, so that doesn't surprise me. I've seen some of the outfits and some of the, like, costumes and some of the, like, everyday attire, and a lot of it's very, very colorful and very pretty. It has super beautiful colors involved. Because your eyes are red from crying. Why do you wear black? I don't know. I don't know. That's how it is in my country. I wonder for a moment whether she's going to a funeral because it was always the biggest party in Ghana, or if she was someone related to Adwoa. I asked her. Yeah, you learned something new, I guess. I'm Alma, Adwoa's sister. The name didn't ring any bells, but then in Ghana, people call their friends and distant relatives brothers and sisters. And that's when I had the strangest conversation of my life. When you die, how many days you want to spend in the morgue? What kind of question is this? I don't care, or 3, very specifically 3, or I don't care. What a difference between those two answers. How many days you want to spend in the morgue? I have never once thought about this question in my entire life. 3, yeah, I know, it's pretty specific, right? 3, it would get boring after that. You 5, she said. It would be, well, we didn't get 5 as an option now, did we? 5, it would be so cold we would need to look good after we die. It's so important to eat well and look good. I think so too. The dead don't eat. It is. Just donate your body, you don't need it. Well, there's cremation and all that stuff too. So, I mean, that's what we did with my dad. He got cremated, and I think Ryan's grandpa was cremated. Yeah, he had to have been, because they had like they had this really cool decorative box for him and stuff. And my dad was in like a box and stuff too, so. Yeah, it's important to eat well and look good while you're dead, I guess. Are you some sort of ghost coming back to life? Food is good. I think so too, I guess. We'll just say that. Let's see. I think so too. My head started spinning. How old do you want to be? How old would you want to be when you die? What kind of question is this? I don't care again. I've never thought about it. Or 99. Why not 100? I know this. That's what they said. This is the most strangest conversation I've ever had in my life, right? How long do you want to be in a morgue? And also, how old do you want to be when you die? Is this woman planning to, like, kill us? I mean, come on. I never thought about it. I'd rather not die. Another question. How much money do you spend on funerals in Europe? Okay, well, that's like an actual, like, sort of interesting question. Like, how much do you spend on funerals in Europe? I don't know, or I tried to remember. I don't know the answer to this. I've never been to Europe. Sorry if you hear my thing. Tried to remember. I threw a water bottle out. Questions wouldn't stop. More than a wedding? I know, it could be, yeah, it's ridiculously expensive in Canada and the States. Yeah, it's stupid ridiculously expensive. I will say it shouldn't be, but it could be. I don't know. We'll say I don't know. I don't know. How strange. But you have a funeral party, right? I wouldn't really call it a party, but there's like a celebration of life and stuff. No, or just family and friends. Sorry, I answered before you answered. Yeah, I wouldn't really call it a funeral party, but it's usually friends and family. A party then. Good. Yeah, because I totally said it was a party. Party then. Good. I sat there, my head spinning because of the conversation and the alcohol. Suddenly, I was in the middle of a cell phone contest. What? Phones don't need to be used in Ghana, but they are social status symbols. You need to have the right one. My iPhone barely made it past the first round. It was big enough, but didn't have any glitter. Not only was the winner's Samsung as big as a small TV, but also had a case covered in golden flowers. I could see myself there, sad and lost. Just some woman, sad and lost at a place where her friend was no longer was. All right. Ghana now. Oh, that's a cool picture of bird. Adwo's father started to read her obituary. He was just as I remember, stern, composed, proud. She was baptized on April 2nd, 1963. She took her first communion on May 12th, 1970. That seems about right, 7 years. She was happily married. I switched off. I listened. Listened? Oh, there we go. We got some stress. Oh, so apparently we're annoyed. Apparently we're annoyed and tired. I listened to him slowly seething with anger. No, she wasn't, I thought. Oh, she was happily married. She didn't want to get married. Okay, that's why we're annoyed now. She was a good daughter and sister, always hardworking and strong. No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't, I thought again. At least not for him. When she was alive, he was ashamed of her. Oh, well, that sounds wonderful. Retired life was devoted to what she always dreamt of doing, managing an airport. That I could agree with, or no, that's wrong. Yeah, we're not very happy about this, apparently, because she wasn't happily married, according to us, or according to her friend. She didn't want to get married. Apparently, he was ashamed of her when she was alive, so that sounds lovely. A pretty bird. I don't know what kind it was. I wish it would tell you what type of bird this is. Kind of like when I turn on my computer and there's like a screensaver and it tells you, or like when you first turn it on and it has one picture and it tells you if you go to like more info where it's from, because I had a picture of Lake Tahoe when I turned on my computer today. We don't really know if she liked to run an airport or manage an airport, but wrong? All right. Yeah, it is a pretty bird. All right. No, she loved her job, but she was much more than that. The band was terrible. The singer was even worse. He sang about God being everywhere, and then everyone joined in, dancing around the coffin. I joined them. I drank more. I think we're pretty upset our friend died, so I don't know if we'd be celebrating, but maybe we will. I mean, this isn't us. This is this person, but this is Adelia. But I mean, we could be joining them. I don't think we would, because we seem to be pretty upset about that like speech the dad gave at the funeral. Monday, March 9th. $2,993. Yeah, I think Ben fell asleep. I think he's not here. Let's drink. Yeah, sure. I drank another shot of home distilled Akpateshi. I hated funerals. I don't know what that drink is. I wish it would give us information. What's what is it? Akpateshi? I'm gonna look that up. That's not how you spell it. Akpateshi. Okay, here we go. What is this drink? It is a national spirit of Ghana, produced by distilling palm wine or sugarcane. In Nigeria, it's known as ogug, a Yoruba word, usually distilled locally from fermented raffia palm tree juice, where it is known as the country's homebrew. Today is a misconception that it can be pure ethanol, but traditionally it had to come from the palm tree and then be distilled from the source. It's really popular throughout West Africa and goes by many names. There's like a ton of names. I'm not going to name them all. So it just goes on from there. Cool. All right, neat. Okay. Oh, all right. I will see what happens here. So the man was terrible. I drank another shot of that drink. I hated funerals. Adwo's father was standing there on the sidelines alone. I walked up to him. I didn't think you would come, he said when he saw me. Why did you invite me? He didn't think I would come. Isn't this supposed to be our friend? I didn't think you would invite me. I didn't think you'd come, he said when he saw me. I didn't think you would invite me, I answered. You were important to her. I don't want to anger her ghost. He looked at me with sadness, but you don't belong here. If you ask me, you should go back to your country as soon as possible. And he walked away. Gee, what a friendly fella. Her ghost. I didn't want to anger her either. I don't think we're gonna be the one angering her. Oh, that food looks good. What is that? This looks yummy. I know. He's kind of a dick, right? Then the feast began. There was fried fish, kenke, I don't know what kenke is, Cheeto sauce made of dried fish and powdered shrimp, fufu, banana bread, fried plantain, chateaubriand, all kinds of meats, bean soup, and tanker a tanker load of that drink. Where's my fork? I adapted. I don't know, this stuff actually sounds pretty tasty right here. Fried plantains, powdered shrimp, I guess, with dried fish, fufu, banana bread. This stuff sounds pretty tasty, not gonna lie. Ryan went to the grocery store today. It's not one we normally go to, and they actually had a bottle. He was getting me some ketchup because I ran out and I used ketchup like crazy. So the one person at the store kind of convinced him to buy some like Chick-fil-A sauce. I've never had that before, so he bought, like, apparently they sell it at stores now, so I have no idea. Yeah, let's adapt. Picked up the forgotten skill of eating with my hands with ease. When everyone's plate was empty, a chorus of voices yelled, "We want more." People hugged and drank to each other's health. I was starting to see my family spent all their monies on funerals. I mean, this food in this picture looks really tasty. I can't tell what it is, but it looks good. It looks like it could be ribs at the bottom, and maybe, like, chicken thighs and breasts and stuff at the top, but I'm sure it's something else. Before long, people started telling stories. I found them uncomfortable. I felt numb. I don't know, that picture of the food looks pretty tasty. I would adapt to eating this. I don't know, unless it's something really bizarre that I'm like, I don't like this, but I'm pretty easygoing with trying new foods. So I've never had Chick-fil-A before, because I don't think there's anyone anywhere near here. But yeah, we've got the sauce to try, so we'll see what happens. I felt numb in here after hearing a few of their stories. A deep, unmovable pain pierced me. So now we're hopeless. Instead of annoyed, now we're hopeless. They brought back the Adwo I knew. Do you remember how she got mad at Fifi for carrying her daughter? It's good. Yeah, I've never had it. But I know I've heard their sauce is like really good for carrying her daughter on her back without talking to a child. She said that the little one wouldn't learn how to talk to people. She was something, wasn't she? Yes, she was. She talked to Clem a lot. Who's Clem? Clem? All right. When Clementina was born, Adwoa talked to her a lot, or how she told us not to take gifts from passengers. You might as well tell the sun not to shine. We always did it, and she was so mad when she found out. She did have a temper. She'd taken books from me. I mean, we know she used she took a book from us. We do know that. But yeah, so I'm not sure what the sauce tastes like, but I'll have to give it a try and just see what it's like. Because I have never had it before, but the person recommended temper. She did have a temper. She had a temper. I remember how intense our fights were. I have a temper, and how we laughed when they were over. And then they started to talk politics. Ugh, politics? Gone is a stable democracy. Look around. We're doing fine, aren't we? I dozed off. Politics come up, and I'm like, no, I am going to sleep. Every single obroni can fuck off. I woke up. Sorry, Dia. Don't take it personally. You're okay. We know you. What's that word mean? Is that like an offensive term that people have in like another language? What's that? Literally, it's a word for a foreigner. Those who come from over the horizon. It's usually somebody who's white is essentially the term for it. It's usually that. Okay, well, I guess we shouldn't take offense because we're okay. They know us. Amma leaned over to me. Come on, we need to stop all this political talk. Today's about Adwoa, not about men's egos. Yeah, shouldn't it be about this person that just passed away? Some of them were tense. I could see it. They didn't know what to expect, what memories this stranger would share. We went to a hairdresser. I couldn't say a word. Hairdresser? All right. I remember the first time we went to hairdresser I started. Jay, welcome stream. How are you doing? All right. Oh, well, now apparently we're back in 1989 and we're cheerful again. Okay. Another pretty picture from Okra. I looked at her braids and thought, what does she want to change? They're perfect, but she was adamant. I haven't washed my hair in 3 weeks. That's a little intense. I have to wash my hair every day. Tomorrow there are flights from the US coming, so I have to look good. Why? She didn't answer when I asked why. If you want to, you can have your hair braided too, she said. Instead, I laughed. Of course. Aha! I guess it's just easier for not to wash her hair in 3 weeks. I could not do that. My hair, it gets like really oily after a day, so I could not do this. This does not work for me. Well, Shay doesn't have to choose. Anybody could choose. But yeah, we're playing Wanderlust. What's it called? It has a full travel stories. Wanderlust travel stories. Something different than Dead by Daylight. It's basically like a choose your own adventure type of game. So that's what we're playing now. And we're basically right now in Adelia's story. We're going back and forth between like modern time and back in like 1989, and her friend passed away in modern times. So I think it was modern times. Yeah. So that's what we're doing right now. So we're in Accra, Ghana at the moment. So that's kind of catch you up. And in the background, I mean, it plays its music, and in the background, there's this like really pretty soundtrack for the game. She has to look good because there's flights coming from the US and she hasn't washed her hair in 3 weeks, but she has her hair in braids. So we can laugh, or of course. Oh, wait, 1989, wasn't it 1987 before? So I guess like 2 years have passed since like the other time, because I'm pretty sure it was 1987 when I first went back before. Of course I wanted to, even though my hair was nothing compared to hers. Hairdressers. All right, as a European, I had a specific vision of what the hair salon would be like. Mirrors, wash stations, fancy chairs, etc. In Ghana, the most important parts of the salon were the lead stylist and the roof. The rest was irrelevant. The stylist was only able to see 1 or 2 clients a day, so why bother with all the unnecessary stuff? They were an artist, a creator of sculptures. Adwoa's favorite hairdresser had her place in the middle of the labyrinth that was the market behind the railway station. We're in a hurry. We'd caught a ride before I was even able to ask where we were going, and when we got out of the Trotro, I had no idea where I was. The market was overwhelming. A washcloth seller carried his goods in a basket on his head. The game is making like this little like clicky noise, so if you're wondering what it is, it's the game. A washcloth seller carried goods in his basket on his head, while an old lady was weighed down by a bag full of mushrooms, and when 3 young girls in school uniforms almost walked into me, I fell into a fabric merchant who was showing a beautiful piece of cloth to a client. A brony! Okay, well, that again is a terminology for a foreigner in Ghanaian, and it usually typically means a white person. So I looked that up. I kind of wish you could hover over these and find out like what some of these words meant instead of me having to. Oh, whitey. Okay, sure. That's definitely what we are. I knew that much. Charity hair salon, named after the owner, looked like the inside of a wardrobe. Every single inch of the walls was covered in images cut out of magazines. Adwoa sat in the chair and sighed with pleasure as Charity started to undo her hair. I was mesmerized. Her lush hair turned out to be what seemed like millions of smaller braids that were being released one by one. 3 young assistants swarmed around them, craning their necks to see what the owner was doing. Our hair is our most beautiful jewelry, she said. For such a long time, we wanted to have white people's hair. Why? Don't do that. But it is so boring, she said with her lilting melodic voice as she worked. She had a tool that looked like a crochet hook. She used to choose a few strands of hair, then attach a long, thin bunch of artificial braiding hair to them to form a spiral. That was the base. Then she wrapped a thicker branch of braiding hair around that and weaved the rest of the braid over 100 times. After a repeated process over 100 times, she lifted the braids up and pinned them into an intricate crown. They don't pull on the skin so much when they're up, she explained. It's beautiful. I wouldn't be able to pull it off. I'm sure it looks very beautiful because I can imagine all these braids being intricately woven and stuff, and it probably looks very pretty. Yeah, it's a little weird that it's like keeps like making that weird noise. Like slight little tap tap noise it randomly makes from time to time. That again is the game. Oh, I think it's supposed to be the hairdresser like snipping scissors. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be scissors being snipped. All right, that makes sense. I thought it was the tap of something, but no, I think it's literally scissors being snipped. Which makes sense because we're supposed to be at a hair salon. It looks beautiful. It's so beautiful, I said from the bottom of my heart. Really? Adwo looked at me with a glint in her eye. Now it's your turn. I showed them the picture we'd taken later that day. I showed them the picture we'd taken later that day. We laughed, then we cried, then we laughed again. All right. Oh, another pretty bird. My phone started to vibrate. Not now. I looked at it. Okay, we're back in modern day because it's March 9th again. Yeah, so I'm interested to see like where the story goes from here, like what's gonna happen, all that fun time. Because there are other ones. There's like a Trans-Siberian one. Yeah, there's like that one. Not now. Okay. Second. I tried to turn the wretched thing off, almost dropped it, ended up answering. Yes, I barked. Hello, Mom. It was my daughter, Clementina. She was calling from Mozambique. She sounded angry, or maybe I was drunk. Why aren't you here? Are you coming to meet me? I wrote you an email, but you didn't answer. I know you're tight with Ma. Mom, I need to tell you something. I was right. Something was wrong. My heart stopped. It actually felt like it missed 1 or 2 beats in my chest. When I was pregnant with Clementina, I stayed in Africa for half a year. She was born here because I lost track of time. Adwoa was her godmother. And at that moment, I knew exactly what my daughter was about to say. I was going to say, probably she's pregnant. As soon as the third had happening, I'm like, okay, she's probably pregnant. Oh, what a reaction. I dropped to the ground and sat on the floor. I've just seen the doctor. Can you do anything about it? What, terminate the pregnancy? Like, what are you talking about? What week is it? How do you feel? Gee, which of these responses do you think you should tell your daughter? She calls you and says, hey, Mom, I'm pregnant. Can you do anything about it? Which basically means, like, hey, don't have the baby. What week is it? Possibly asking, like, hey, can you do anything about it? Or, how do you feel? Yeah, which response do you think we should ask this, yeah, how do you feel? Clearly that is the right one we should be doing. I'm fine. It's already the 4th month. Oh, the 4th month. Well, okay then. I waited to tell you until I knew everything was going to be okay. My world was spinning. The music from the funeral party washed over me. Oh yeah, right, we're at the funeral. I swept away into a sea of uncertainty. How could everything change so suddenly? Mom, can you come here when the baby's born? I don't want to be alone. Please, Mom. You can even come now and stay with me. It's just 5 months. It's not that long. That's a little long to kind of spring this on somebody. I took a deep breath. Every single nerve in my body was tingling, reminding me that I was in Africa. The air and the heat was so different, so familiar. Which choice should we? I mean, these are literally the 2 things that are happening right now. My friend was dead or my daughter is pregnant. So yeah, both of these are very viable options because both these things are like literally happening right now. I don't know if the daughter doesn't know, like, it's our mom's funeral or what, or our mom's funeral, our friend's funeral or what's going on. Because I feel like that's probably not the most appropriate time to message somebody or call somebody and be like, yo, I'm pregnant. That's just my insight in that. After that, it's dealing with the baby outside the body. Yeah, I know, right? All right, I don't know which choice we should pick because both these are like basically accurate in the whole situation that's happening right now. My goodness. We also haven't used any of our money yet. Yeah, I kind of wish it told you like what bird this was or some like information about this at the bottom. I mean, it says photo by, but it doesn't tell you, you know, let's be there for our daughter. Okay. My daughter is pregnant. In 5 months, a child would be born. When outrageous thought, dropping everything and staying in Africa for 5 months. I like the idea. How could I? Yeah, I like playing interactive games because it gets you guys involved in like what's happening and stuff. It's not very fast-paced, obviously, but it helps like you guys become involved in like what's happening, you know? Like the idea? It was so simple. There was nothing in Portugal that I had to hurry back to. Okay, so from oh right, we're from Portugal. I had money. My husband's restaurant was doing great. Your husband's restaurant? Shouldn't you be going back to see your husband? I hadn't been there for so many years. Accra had changed so much. The whole continent was changing. I used to feel at home here. I had friends, and there were people I promised to visit the next time. This might be the last time, I thought. Mom, Clementina asked over the phone. I'll come. I'll be there when the child is born. Oh, good. I can hear the relief in her voice. I'll book you a ticket and you can stay with us. No, I'll be there when the child is born. I'm not going to sit on your sofa for 5 months. I go mad. Even more than now, she asked and we started to laugh. Dad won't be pleased, she said as an afterthought. Who cares? He never... Who cares? Gee, what a nice way to treat your husband. Who cares? Like, that's real nice. Just a way to treat your husband, I guess, when he's like not in the area right now and he can't even do anything about this whole situation. He never is. I answered, things have been tense between us lately. Africa had embraced me. The entirety of Africa seemed to embrace me. All the smells, the sounds, the scenery, all the roads I traveled, the people I talked to, places I'd been or seen. At the heart of that enormous, incredible continent was a woman-shaped hole. Oh, cool. Oh, wait, where the hell's all our money? It just went away. It's like $1,991. Okay, so there's the bus apparently. So we took a bus all the way from Togo to the Congo. Oh, some giraffes, cool. Brazzaville. I spent a sleepless night on the bus from Accra to Lomé, the capital of Togo. I wanted to board the plane so badly. I wanted it to take me away from here, from the memories, from the pain that numbed my whole body. I was going to a place that had earned me almost every prize a journalist can get and nearly cost me my life at the same time. Well, one came from the other. So I wanted that life back, which means... something to do with fatigue, or was I ready to go back, which means something to do with stress. I think it means minus fatigue or minus stress. So I'm not really sure. But we have an option between these two now. It kind of sucks, like we lost a big chunk of our money, apparently. But yay, giraffes with some birds on them. Cool. Fatigue. So, this one. Alright, I wanted that life back. I wanted deadlines, thrills, dangers. Get it back. I took a plane from Lomé to Brazzaville. I sat in the window and seat and smiled to everyone as they boarded. Everyone gave me a strange look. Oh, gee, that's nice. We're like smiling, all happy-go-lucky, and everybody's like, what? Africa was in my blood, I decided. It called on me. Oh, I got a new card in my inventory. Pulled at me and it wouldn't let me go. Let me see real quick what item I just got. I just got a new inventory item. I know it's a trading card. Easter Islands. Oh, this is a basic one. Okay, cool. One drop remaining. So I need Africa, Antarctica, Europe, and Thailand. I just got Easter Island, and then I also have the Europe foil card, and I need Africa, Antarctica, Easter Island, and Thailand. And these are like worth way more money because I went to like view cards, sell cards on the market one day, and apparently I can't use the market right now because of my like settings on my thing, because you're logging into the market from a device that has not been protected by SteamGuard for 7 days, which is bullshit. You've recently reset or enabled SteamGuard. I mean, I did do that. Your account must be protected by SteamGuard for at least 15 days, which I did do that. So yeah, if I want to buy this, if I want to sell it, it's worth like $1.30. But I think if I want to buy it, it's worth way more in the store. So to remove this restriction, you must enable on your account. Please ensure your email is verified. You've logged. I did. What are you talking about? I have this on my account. All right, whatever. I stood on the tarmac at Maya Airport and watched the giraffes in the distance. I took out my phone and called my husband. We hadn't talked in a long time. He was such a worrier. I told him everything. I think we have an issue here if your husband doesn't know what you're up to. And you're like, hey, so I'm actually going to this other place. I'll see you later. And he has no idea. Long time. you? He asked. Fine, I answered. There was a moment of awkward silence. I was direct. I sighed. Yeah, imagine like being in a relationship and just not telling your person that you're like going somewhere and they have no idea. That'd be horrible. I would never do that to Ryan. I would not do that. Such a shitty thing to do. No back bands on the account. Well, obviously not. Yeah, I have like SIM card mobile authenticator on my account. I don't know what's saying all this then. Be direct. Clem is pregnant, I said without beating around the bush. What? Excellent. So he's excited about this apparently. When we go there for the christening, you can finally show me around Africa. He was bloody ignorant, or I told him about my plans. Well, he seems excited about it. That's nice. He's not like, oh man, what the hell is this? Like our character apparently is, who seems a little confused about it. He seems to be like excited about it. So there we go. About my plans. 5 on it. Welcome to stream. How are you doing? I told him about my plans and he was silent until I stopped talking. Are you sure you want to do this? Yeah, stay in Africa or see my daughter. I could imagine like having this happen. Why is there a 5 beside that? That happened the other day too. See the daughter. Stay in Africa and see my daughter. Well, yeah, you know, you're not 30 anymore. That's kind of being a dick. You asshole, or I hung up. Oh, people are just creepy on Reddit. I follow the creepy PMs. I can't even read this message somebody got. Neither is he, I said to no one in particular. I hung up. So that was that, and I had 5 months ago. One of the giraffes seemed to be looking at me. I looked back, and then I hailed a taxi, put my luggage in the trunk, and went to Bakongo, where my friend Eves, or I don't know if that's how you say it, but I'm gonna say Eves, was meant to meet me. All right, so we're going from here to this place, the Bakongo district. Cool. We met in February 1994. The bullet ricocheted off the street, throwing up a cloud of sand. I saw every detail as though everything slowed in that instant. For a split second, the bullet looked weightless, like a small ball drifting past in a vacuum of time. The end of communism. In 1979, following a series of events that would give House of Cards a run for its money, Denis Sassou Nguesso rose to power. He would go on to maintain his hold on the country for more than a decade. The collapse of the USSR in 1989 caused a sea change in the region. Soviet support for African dictatorships dried up when Pascal Lissouba won the first multi-party election. His opponents didn't take it lightly. Violence once again reared its ugly head in January 1984, and I was sent to Brazzaville to cover the conflict. Oh, right, because we're a journalist. I'd never been so petrified in my life. No one seemed to talk to me, but everyone wanted to kill me. So my journalist friends disappeared. The city was destroyed, burned, and looted. I crouched on the ground with my back against the wall, tears streaming down my face. This was it, I thought. I was going to die here. Somebody squeezed my hand. I looked to my right and saw a man in a white shirt. It was so clean, it was almost blinding. On 3, he said. 1, 2, 3. I wonder if this is our, like, husband. And we ran. All right. Back to present day now. An old green taxi drove me through the streets I barely recognized. No wonder, I thought grimly. The last time I was here, there were barricades everywhere and people shooting at one another for no particular reason. Today it looked better. Women sold snacks, fruit, and secondhand clothes on every corner. Whenever I looked, there were hotels, or wherever I looked, there were hotels, and electric buses more modern than anything you could see on the streets of Lisbon. All right, because she's from Portugal. But Congo was just as I remembered it. Broad streets, low buildings, and Le Grand Cafe on this corner. I paid the taxi driver, took my suitcase, and wanted to meet an old friend. So we're meeting Eve. I'm just gonna say it's Eve. Might be another pronunciation for that, but he was standing there outside the cafe. Elegant as always. He seemed shorter than I remembered, and his temples were starting to gray. He hugged me tightly and kissed me on both cheeks. I hugged him back. I'd emailed him. Oh, gee, what a friendly time. I emailed him, so I don't need to really hug this friend of mine. That's such a... It's like, what? What a reaction to have. Oh, God, this thing. Yeah, I can't even read this, like, message somebody got. This is... I'd have to censor, like, so much of the stuff that I'd read. Hug back. Yeah, like, imagine getting this creepy message from somebody for the first time, and then, do you want to chat with this person? No, this is such a creepy person. No, don't message them back. It is so good to see you, he said. So good to see you too, I beamed. Why did you want to meet me here? Please take a seat while I go get some coffee. He opened his palm toward a table by the cafe window. They will be here any minute. Who? I wasn't in the mood for crowds. La Cypre, of course. Imagine hugging someone and they try stop to email you. Right. La Cypre, or I remember them. Okay, so they speak French apparently. I don't know what Cypre means. I'm not really sure what that means. Yeah. Hey, can I go in for the hug? No, I gotta check my phone real quick and email. It's like, what? What kind of reaction is that? Oh, well, see, that's a different story. If you don't know, like, American Sign Language or something like that, that's a different story. Or you're literally trying to be like, yeah, I need to write something, like, down for you. That's a different story. But I feel like you can tell if somebody's gonna be like, hey, going in for a hug. Yeah, I don't know what that word means, so let's go with that. I must have looked exactly the way I felt because, I'm gonna look that up and see if it's Eve. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that. I know it's Eve. Oh, it probably is because Yves Saint Laurent, right? Okay, I'm just gonna say it is Eve then. All right. Le Cypre. I must have looked exactly the way I felt because he chuckled. Did I not tell you about them? You told me yes, but I don't remember anything about them. A Cypre is a person who belongs to La Société de Ambitieuse. Oh God. Et de personnes élégantes, la CP. Eve gave me a theatrical bow. We believe that we should influence the world through chic, style, and charisma. It does not matter where you come from or what your skin color is. That is accurate. What matters is whether you look good. And when you look good, it makes the world a better place. I took out my notebook, the world could use more chic. So this is obviously somebody who's supposed to be the Society of Elegant People, basically. My translation, société is society. Personne élégante, so elegant people. I guess the ambassadors, the Society of Ambassadors of Elegant People, I don't know. The notebook. All right. Oh, he had a fashion change, apparently. Oh, apparently this is not him. This is somebody else. When they arrived, I could feel my jaw drop involuntarily. I'd never seen men as elegant as an eccentric in my entire life. They all looked like they just stepped out of a luxury fashion magazine, were so colorful that it was almost surreal, in contrast to the cracked, dust-stained city around us, like birds of paradise in a concrete jungle. They walk, they talk, sometimes they touch a jacket or bent down to feel a sock, but there was no erratic gestures, no unnecessary movement. They were always so poised. What is this? Wow. I like the color of his tie. It's very pretty. I like the pink, the shade of pink he has. And his shirt is a very pale pink, so he's got color coordination going on. Like, yo, look at me. Imagine posing for that picture to do this. Words failed me. Allow us to give you a fashion show, said Eve. The catwalk for the Cypre was marked with chairs and tables. It was a bit like dancing, said Eve. See, there's a choreography to it. Every move is there to show a part of the outfit. I listened. Why did they show their socks? I mean, I'd be like, what is going on here if all of a sudden these dudes showed up and started doing like a fashion show? I'd be like, okay then, and there's chairs and shit for us to like sit down in. See, you need to show the label. The logo is essential. It is there to be seen. Show the back of your tie, show the lining of the coat, float in it. You circa pose, and remember, you can only wear 3 colors at once. Oh, guys, remember this. You can only wear 3 colors at once. You can't wear more than that. 3 like the Holy Trinity. You can't be more perfect than God. I looked at the outfit. I looked at my outfit. I looked at Eve. Eve, all right. I looked at him. He was wearing the French national colors, a blue suit, red socks, and a tie, and a white shirt. He preferred Yves Saint Laurent, of course. I mean, that makes sense. That's his name. I could hardly believe my eyes. Is it authentic? I could sense a story. Yeah, that's what made me think of Eve, because Yves Saint Laurent. Story. I could feel myself grinning and the journalism he took over. In the middle of one of the poorest countries in the world, living the threat of violence, breaking out at any moment, you wear authentic vintage haute couture. Why? It's our identity. Okay, Evie, I'll do that. I've been drinking while I've been reading, so it's our identity. Every sapeur wants to be unique, outstanding, like a superhero from a comic book. It gives us a sense of belonging. A counterculture is purely aesthetic? Oh, wait. I just noticed that thing at the bottom. It started long ago, during colonialism. At first, it was about showing Europeans that locals could be as fine as well, they're equals. But since independence, it had been about believing in oneself and where one came from. You remember that those Chinese Mao shirts across the river in... Okay, I'll pick that one after. Across the river in Kinshasa, people were supposed to wear something similar called an abacos. They outlawed suits, ties, and shirts. Mobutu said it was to get rid of the colonial past, and he himself wore Gucci shirts. Sapeurs defied the ban. So it's more of a counterculture. I enjoyed playing the journalist. Counterculture sounds very negative. Eve scratched his jawline. I prefer to think of it as just culture, you know, style. It was not always easy. Sometimes our families did not understand or people would shame us in the streets for wasting money. When Papa Wemba started to sing about sape, it gave me a new strength. Then we were even more convinced that if you took care of yourself, dress elegantly, and have manners, you will go far in life. I mean, this guy's very stylish, definitely. You didn't fight back. I want to know. The only competition we believe in is these clothes. He explained, we only wear... Oh my god, okay. Well, all these brands, we only wear original Pierre Cardin, Roberto Cavalli, Dior, Fendi, Jean-Paul Gaultier, Gucci, Issey Miyake, Prada, Yves Saint Laurent, Versace, and Yohei Yamamoto. What you wear speaks volumes about you. You do not lose good cheer. You take care of others. You will always feed them, support them, lend them money if you want to buy a new suit. Because a beautiful new suit is our way of thanking God for creating such a beautiful world. Yeah, so you can spend thousands of dollars on your clothes while you're at it. I looked around, my head tingled. Yeah, you can buy some Gucci, some Jean-Paul Gaultier, some Fendi, Dior. You know, you can just spend thousands of dollars on your outfit in this impoverished country, apparently. But you gotta look snazzy and you gotta look perfect. You gotta look like a sapier or whatever the heck they're called. That's what's important here in Brazzaville. I know, this sounds very extravagant, doesn't it? I mean, I've heard of almost all of those brand names, and I know that they're very expensive. So, there we go. Oh, I have a Givenchy. I have Influencer, and I get stuff from them. And I have a perfume here from Givenchy. I looked to see if it was Dior. I couldn't remember. But it basically smells like roses, and I'm not a huge fan of it. But it's a full-size perfume that I got, so it's worth a little bit of money. More than I would pay for it, but the bottle is very pretty. So, but yeah, it's very floral, and I don't like floral notes. So... I didn't really get to test it out very much, but the bottle is very, very pretty. I will say that, but I got it free from Influencer to test out, so. If not, I can choose. It's not a big deal. So let's see. I guess my head tingled. My head tingled as though electricity was running across my scalp. I knew that feeling. Every time I had good material, my head was covered in goosebumps. Oh yeah, fun fact about me, I don't get, what is it called? What's the terminology for it? I don't get, head freeze? What's the term called? It's when you drink something really cold and your brain gets like really, really cold. Oh, it's not, what the heck is it called? I don't get that. Brain freeze, thank you. My brain froze trying to think of brain freeze. Yeah, I don't get brain freeze. It's weird. I've never gotten it in my life. Like, Ryan will be drinking something cold and I'll drink it. I'm like, oh yeah, this is fine. Okay, the Sapiers came and went, sharing their stories. So we have Jerome the analyst, Superstar the dreamer, Baba the entrepreneur, or Pope the eldest. Yeah, I don't get brain freeze. That's kind of weird. Yeah, I had a brain fart trying to remember the friggin' terminology. Yeah, I don't get brain freeze. So I can drink like the coldest thing and it doesn't bother me. It's super weird. I don't know why. It's really weird. I don't know why I don't get it, but... Well, we cannot afford the Gucci and all that stuff with our $1,991. I've seen videos on YouTube where people spend like thousands of dollars on stuff. So we want to talk to Pope, the eldest. And the colors I asked, do they have meanings? Of course they do. White means purity and birth. The eldest of them all explained, Pope. Red is strength and fire. Blue means faith, the sky, and dreams. Yellow signifies glory and wealth. Orange is for modernity and vanity. Green is for prayer, hope, and life. Pink means optimism and beauty. I listen to main notes. Okay, I guess it doesn't really matter because we're going to be talking to all of them. So Jerome, I guess. You know, you can tell a lot about a person just by looking at their tie. Jerome, who worked at Analytics, kissed my hand and continued, if you're shy, you will tie the knot very tight. If you are too big, you will believe that showing off is the most important. If you're a buffalo without any style, your tie will look like a dead fish until the day your sweetheart fixes it. If you are formal, you will only think about keeping your tie in place. And you will spend the whole day trying to get it just right. And those who are very tight-fisted will never undo the knot that was done for them in the store. There was one color missing. What about black? What about black? My question raised some eyebrows. We don't like black. It signifies pain and death. Oh, well, apparently we can only talk to 2 of them, so never mind. Oh, well, shit. I thought we'd be able to talk to all of them. Okay, well, never mind. Republic of the Congo, back in 94. Run. Oh, a calligraphy pen. I know how to do calligraphy. Ran as fast as we could. I never thought I'd be able to move my legs like that. Bullets riddled the wall. We'd been hiding behind just moments earlier. I know, I thought we could pick all of them. Never mind. Bullets riddled the wall. We'd been hiding behind just moments earlier. Eve led me away from the fighting to his friends. I spent the last couple of days there, listening to the stories of the people I met. When I finally got back to where I was staying, I wired the newspaper to get me out of Brazzaville, as fast as they could. While I was waiting to be collected, I wrote down all the story I'd heard. Yeah, when I was in elementary school, I had a calligraphy set, and I ended up doing, I think, my graduating classes, certificates, all in calligraphy for everybody, and I did one for like our principal because he was retiring or something like that. It was like a fever. I wrote on every piece of paper I could find. My notebooks were full. I used napkins and book covers. I was possessed. That piece earned me every possible journalism award of the time, and for a brief moment, I was famous. I sent some of the money to Eve. Why are we doing that to him? Doesn't he have money to spend on like fancy suits and stuff? All right, let's visit his house, I guess. Now we're energetic. It was dark when we left. Eve drove a taxi and took me home. We sat in silence for a while. Tell me, Adelia, why did you come back? I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to know. I was glad I'd come. I wasn't ready for the truth. Excuse me. I was glad I'd visited. I sighed and looked out the window. I wanted to see everything. Eve's flat was small and clean. The row of hats, photos on the wall. Well, it doesn't surprise me this dude has like a row of hats in his house if he's got friggin' like other stuff going on. If he has like all these fancy like outfits and stuff. Doesn't really look like his closet, but okay then. Photos were of men in suits from Vogue Homme taped to the walls. The row of hats. His hats were hung in a row like a strange art installation. I turned to my left and saw a woman where moments before there had been nothing. Hello, Adelia. I'm so glad we finally meet. What brings you here? Genevieve, Eve's wife, worked at the Radisson as a waitress. She just come home and was still in her navy dress and snow white apron. I want to see Eve after all these years, I answered, and I think I want to write an article about La Sapre. How did you get into La Sap? I asked Eve. When we met, you weren't involved with them, were you? Genevieve and Eve exchanged looks. You know how it was here, he responded in a halting voice. He held a Borsellino fedora in his hands and started to spin it slowly. There were barricades on the roads, and when the soldier stopped you, there was no way to know if they would just shoot you for fun or let you go. You were lucky. He gave me a sideways glance. You could leave. He was right. What else could I do? Now, that's gotta be nice to be in a place where essentially you could be killed. Like, just driving along the road. That's gotta be loveliness. Right. Apparently, according to Worm, the new Monsters movie wasn't very good, so I can avoid that. I know I sighed back, but then I thought that I could do more good if I returned to Portugal and told the world about what was going on here. Once a warlord has weapons, he will stop at nothing, said Genevieve. There were 5 more years of fighting after you left. Brazzaville was burned to the ground, some of it still in ruins, and it's no better now. Sasu Gusio is back. He changes the constitution. When it pleases him, he fixes the votes, he puts his family in important positions. He will do anything to hold on to power, and that means someone will have to remove him with violence, and we are sick of violence. I don't want to fight. I didn't want to fight. I didn't want to belong to any group that spread hatred and pain, said Eve. The war took forever for everything from us. We lost our home, our family, everything. They exchanged glances. Oh, did they have a child or something? And then it dawned on me, in Africa, everybody always asks about your children. If you don't have any, people feel deep pity for you. Yeah, they must have had a child or something. You lost your children, I said. There was silence. Yes, we did. Just like that. We survived, but they were gone. We were so numb. We were dead inside. Well, that's sad. Yeah, as soon as it started playing out a little bit, I'm like, oh, they had children, or at least they had a child. That would be a sad moment to find out, like, your friend had a child, you didn't even know about it, you know? I want to belong somewhere. I want to be in a community, but to be cared for and to care for others. I want people to look at me and to know that I'm a good person who will not harm no one. He looked at me. So I took the money you sent us and bought this. What, a new suit? Oh, the silk suit. He reached into the box and took out the suit. It was beautiful. The smooth, silky blue of the fabric shimmered so beautifully. It is Ungaro, he said. I keep it here, but I don't fit into it anymore. I got fat, he chuckled. Do you want to try it on? I looked at the suit and I felt tears swelling in my eyes. I blinked. Yes, please. I wouldn't dare. So he bought this suit and he can't even wear it now because he gained weight, apparently. Who knows how much this cost us? So... That's very kind of you. The suit was perfect. I looked like Charlie Chaplin because the trousers were too big for me. Genevieve combed my hair back and Eve fixed the tie. Then he put his hat on my head. I looked in the mirror. Person I saw was definitely elegant, but did she have the power to raise other people's spirits to create the right ambiance? I sighed deeply and felt my heart sink. I took the jacket off and went to hand it to Eve, but the smooth silk slipped from my fingers. Right. So now we're in Kinshasa, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Took a river ferry, apparently. We arrived in Kinshasa Harbor. My first thought was it looked like an enormous scrapyard. Nami, the river barge I was taking up the Congo, was hidden among a maze of rusting iron. Finding it was quite the challenge. Barges would go up the river once every couple of weeks, or sometimes even every couple of months. Thankfully, I was in luck. There was one in the harbor, and the passengers have been waiting for almost 2 weeks already. Ugh, that sucks. Enough bribes have been paid, so there was a good chance it would move in the next 48 hours. That would suck, having to wait like 2 weeks to get like a ride somewhere. Oh, we're down to $964. It's been a while since I had a backpack on, especially one that was that huge. I bought some food, a big plastic bucket for myself to wash in, and my clothes, and a small plastic bucket for getting water from the river. Just don't drink from the river. What, you don't want to drink from this river? I don't know, it looks pretty appetizing to me. The brown color is very appealing. Just, you know, boil it. I think you'll be fine. What do you think I am? Some stupid tourist? I sighed and packed some water purification tablets. That's a smart idea. A power bank and a small gas camping stove. I'd forgotten there was only one thing I really hated about traveling through Africa. You had to carry everything you needed on your own back. So we have to spend $40 to board the barge. Okay, well, I guess we got to do that because there's no other options. The Nami was long and flat, like an enormous floating metal table, and when I say enormous, that's no exaggeration. It seemed as though there was a small city built on deck. There were bars, churches, houses, and shops made of plastic, cloth, styrofoam, and cardboard. I chose the part of the ship I headed towards it. The starboard for the food stalls, amidships for a makeshift bar, or the stern for the toilets. I think we might be heading on our way. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, this is the journey to our daughter, I guess, apparently. We're heading to our daughter, I guess. Yeah, we're supposed to be with our daughter, but I don't know what happened. We're taking a detour. We're hanging out with Eve, and now we're heading along the barge and the Nami or whatever. So we can go to the food stalls, the makeshift bar, or the toilets. Food. Starboard. There were women selling everything you might want to eat. I stayed away from the drunken men and the makeshift toilets. May God save us from illness, accidents, and death, hollered someone in the crowd. Okay, that's really all there was there. I wondered how many people were on board. 1,000? 2,000? I was getting anxious, isolated, or worried. I mean, all of these, like, bump up or give plus to both the stress and the fatigue, so... yeah, feed me if you dare. Apparently we didn't get to pick that. We're on the Congo River right now, so... heading from Kinshasa to Bangui, the Central African Republic. Worried? I know I would be feeling anxious in the crowd of like 1,000 or 2,000 people, but that's just me. Let's see. What if the barge sank in the middle of the river? I sighed. I knew it was the only safe way to get upriver. The jungle was full of men with guns, hunting each other, hunting each another. Okay, well, that's not the right grammar there. Hunting each other over conflicts no one was really understood. Futile, really. I found a shadowed place on the deck, spread my tarpaulin out, and put my tent on it. It looked like a little palace. I decided to look around. I hid. Oh, that's always good. Let's hide in our little palace, apparently. Yeah, we gotta put a tarp up. There's no room. Well, it makes sense, I guess. But I was like, we have to sleep on the deck, apparently. If we're putting a tent out. Sleep. Rounds. Find out who I was traveling with. My left, my right, or in front of me. Yeah, I probably won't be streaming this for a long time tonight just because my throat gets tired. But I want to start the stream with this. Front. There's a group of women sitting on cargo bags full of clothes. Left or right? I guess we'll just say left because why not? All right. On my left, huddled under a colorful blanket, was a couple and their young children. On my right was a woman with her 2 teenage sons. He is selling whiskey from buckets they'd brought aboard. Oh, that sounds legit. I felt like a electric eel buzzing with energy that needed to be released. I took out my notebook and started to write. There was so much life to observe around me. I suddenly felt very alone. Yeah, I know. That time I got to see all the choices. All right, let's head up the river. The engines whined. Oh, we actually get to go up the river now. That's cool. Engines whined, the water stirred, and up the river we went. The first days passed without incident as we slowly eased into our routines. All right. Oh, cool night sky. There was a sudden commotion in the middle of the night. I woke up, then heard the noise that had stirred me again, the unmistakable screams of a woman in labor. I reached for my earplugs. Yeah, or I went out. Let's just reach for earplugs. Just ignore this woman that's clearly in some pain from having a baby. We went out. You sure you don't want to ignore it and see what happens? I was in my tent and went to see what was happening. It was a young woman I'd noticed when we were leaving Kinshasa. Even then, she was so heavily pregnant that it didn't look like she'd make it through the trip without her time coming. It was her third child. There was no husband in sight. Just an elderly father was hardly any help. Poor girl, but she wasn't alone. Her third child. So she's went through this twice already. That's wonderful. Wasn't alone. People were swarming around her. There was a young man who was a Red Cross volunteer and a group of older women going back and forth. I don't think we need to help. I feel like we should just not be involved. Bringing her clothes for the child as well as food and blankets. They didn't need me. She looked so young. I love you can hear some woman like screaming in the background in pain. That's nice. Just the ambiance and the noise and everything like that. Oh, well, now we hear the baby. I went to my tent to fetch some vitamins and electrolyte pills. They named the boy, oh, for the boat, Benami, after the barge. Alright. After a week, the days seemed to merge into one long, monotonous span of time. I'd wake up at 4 in the morning with everyone else. It wasn't possible to sleep with everybody chanting and praying. Sometimes I lay in my tent and listen to everything. Sometimes I open the tent and watch what was going on. I was beginning to feel like part of a bigger whole. I was beginning to feel safe. So far, we've been on this boat for at least a week. Is it gonna continue? What's going on? Okay, then I take my toothbrush and toothpaste to join the morning ritual. I stood in a long line of people slowly brushing their teeth and spitting into the river. A stream of white spume was left in our wake, extending down the length of La Fleuve. I soon adapted. It felt strange. And you know, this guy casually fishing in the water while we're spitting into the river. Cool. Yeah, so it's interesting to me that in like Ghana and the Congo and stuff, they speak French. I wasn't sure what language, like, I know that there's some places where it's interesting, some of the languages that people speak. You wouldn't be surprised if they actually speak in certain countries and stuff around the world. I feel like if we've been doing this for a week, we probably have adapted. So I'm gonna say adapted. Old habits die hard. I found myself spitting into the river in no time. Everybody else is doing it, I guess. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh, here we go. But it costs us money. This is real great. I already know what I would pick out of these two options. After I brushed my teeth, the smell of food in the air made my stomach growl, so I'd get breakfast. Something sweet or... Oh, wait. No, I didn't get to pick. Okay, well, you know what? I didn't get to pick. So some of them do take, like, you have to answer immediately. Okay, I'd get breakfast. Oh, shit. Okay, I gotta read this real quick. I'd sit on the deck and listen to people. I'd sit in my tent and write for hours. Okay, right. Yeah, we have to pick some of these options really quick. I was in the heart of darkness. I would pick sweet, by the way. I wrote stuck in connotations from old books, a notorious Congo, or a country that suffered. Yeah, I cannot eat anything spicy, so my answer would have been sweet. But we saved money, so isn't that the perfect thing? We actually didn't spend any money, so that worked out. That's a positive. We didn't actually spend anything, so we have our $924 still. Notorious Congo. The notorious Congo, a wild jungle full of cannibals. I looked at the page. Bullshit. The words felt strange. I think if it's anything over in this area, it's probably like you have to make a quick decision type of thing. So if that happens, I'll just pick something quick, I guess, the next time. So now we know that, because these choices seem to stay up for a long, like as long as you want, but these choices over here go away really quickly, so. One is going to help with, one's going to be relating to stress and one's going to be relating to fatigue. The notorious Congo, a wild jungle full of cannibals. I've seen the movie Congo from like, what is it, 95? Is it from 1995? Let me look that up real quick. Yep, Congo 1995. Both sound terrible. Well, we gotta pick one. So let's go with the words felt strange. Let's go with that. The words felt strange, like they've been written by somebody else. Oh, the boat is slightly moving. I didn't notice it before. I'm like, I'd watch the river and the green rolling banks. Let's look around. There was a lot of stuff in the water. Trash, branches, crocodiles. I mean, people are spitting into the water, so there's possibility there's trash, but I feel like branches and crocodiles are very, like, a possibility here between these. I feel like any of these are really possible between any of these answers. There was a lot of trash in the water, branches, or crocodiles. Branches? Branches and rafts of drifting grass. Trash, crocodiles, a log. So at least these options, like, we have the chance to you guys have a chance to answer. But any of the other stuff, I'll just answer really quickly myself. I can put my input in that part. I didn't know those choices would go away quickly. So that's the way it is, I guess. Crocodiles. Crocodiles that look like logs until they move, that is. That makes me think of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Trash, a log? Because that happens in the movie with her. Oh man, I just got a Reddit message, guys, from somebody named Mary Houston from the Facebook headquarters. A log, okay. Hello, I literally just got this like 10 minutes ago. I'm Mary Houston from the Facebook headquarters at Menlo Park, California. I was asked to get you contacted by the CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, regarding some vital information about your Facebook account. Helpline, and then contact this email. No, ignore, get lost. Literally, this person isn't. I don't even have like my Facebook connected in any way with my Reddit account, so obviously that's full of shit. We're gonna say a log. A body drifting down, face down. Oh, well, apparently it's not a log, is it? I should have reported it. I didn't get a chance. Oh, claustrophobic. I'll click on this first before I read the next thing. Crocodiles that look like logs until they move, that is, a body drifting down, face down. When I was tired, I slept or read a book. Sometimes boats came from the villages we passed with food for sale. I felt trapped. I was bored. I didn't understand how anybody could stand still. Just forget you are at a barge and carry on with your life. Easy to say. I was restless. I hated it. All right. You're afraid it would be a body? Yeah, well, you never know. How do I find the messages I, like, ignored? Because clearly that person is not who... I know their name was Mary something. But I didn't read it on chat, so you guys have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. I wanted to be able to report the person. But that's not happening. Yeah, my Reddit and my Facebook have no connection to each other at all, so that's clearly bullshit. Oh my god. Easy to say. Easier said than done when you had no family around, no relevant job to keep you occupied, and no life here to carry on with. We didn't sail at night. The captain would moor somewhere near a village. Who knows where the story's going? So far, we've seen a dead body in the water or whatever the heck had happened. Every second night, I paid someone to get me fresh water. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to find the way back to my tent in the dark. What with the thousands of people on the board, apparently, that there is? You can't find your way back? Oh yeah, we already read that part. On the 10th day of the journey, my phone, even though it was fully charged, lost its signal. I sighed. I looked at it in frustration, but there was nothing I could do. It was beyond my control. Just like so many other things that happened in my life. Who's Jose? Is Jose our husband? Because we don't know what his name is. Just like Jose or just like our daughter, Clementina? I don't know who Jose is. I'm guessing that might be our husband because we don't actually know what his name is. Yeah, we're not really sure, like, who Jose is, but I'm guessing it's our husband. Jose? Just like my husband who wanted me to come home so he could ignore me. Nobody thought about me. I looked at the useless piece of junk in my hand, feeling more and more isolated. Nobody cared about me. My husband hadn't even sent me a message. My daughter was absorbed in her relationship and preparing for the arrival of her baby. I mean, you're being a little selfish here. Shouldn't you be... I feel like the daughter has a reason to be, like, kind of absorbed with her pregnancy. Oh my god. It was just a feeling. It would pass. I reasoned with myself. I looked in the mirror. The face that looked back was tired and wrinkled. There was a bright red pimple on my cheek that only made me angrier, that only made me lonelier. Just put some concealer on, and I'm sure you packed that, didn't you? Go in the Congo River? That sounds like a realistic thing to have. Some concealer, some makeup. Feel free. But I'll just get rid of it. Just pop it or something. I don't know how a pimple would make you feel lonely, but okay. I know, the daughter is her child. Let her be picky. But, you know what? At the same time, she's kind of being a little bit, like, greedy. Oh, my daughter isn't paying attention to me because she's pregnant. I feel like, no, your daughter's allowed to not pay attention to you. All right. A fucking pimple. Can you believe it? Okay, so there is language in this. I felt cold. I reached for my fleece and draped it over my shoulders. The sun was unbearable, so I moved it into the shade, and it felt even colder there. Then I started to shiver. Oh, no, I said. Are you okay? Asked Fezza, the whiskey seller. I don't know. No, I'm not. I love how the whiskey seller is like, hey, are you feeling okay? I can sense something is happening. Everything sucks. That's not what it says, but okay. No, I'm not. I'm freezing, I shivered. She looked me over. You don't look good. Go get someone, she said to one of her sons. 10 minutes later, there was a girl in a white coat heading my way. I'm Gloria. I'm a nurse. Oh, great. A nurse when I need a doctor. Gloria ignored me and put her hand on my forehead. Then she grabbed the sides of my head and rolled my eyelids down. Hey, I didn't say you could do that. You have a high fever. How do you feel? Bad, like I'm burning up? Have you been taking anti-malaria drugs? My heart sank. I could feel a pit in my stomach. Of course. Of course I've been taking doxycycline and using repellents this whole time. She looked at me with compassion, her big dark eyes. You need to take it, and we need to observe you for the next 48 hours. The nearest hospital is in Bangui. It wouldn't usually be an issue, but you're white and old. You're white and old. Jesus. What the that? You're white and you're old. You aren't used to this climate. We will see if you get the chills again. They come at regular intervals. I know, I just nodded. Gee, what a time, I guess. You're old. What a good time for everybody. I know. I love her stressed out and fatigued right now. She cocked her head slightly in curiosity. Have you ever had malaria before? No, but my friend did. And then it got worse. All of a sudden, without any warning, I doubled over and vomited. Gloria pursed her lips. Don't worry, we'll take care of you. I'll be right back. Just chuck us over the river. Somebody put a cold, damp cloth on my forehead. It could have been Gloria. It could have been someone else. I wasn't able to tell. I was barely conscious. Every cell in my body hurt. My stomach clenched and unclenched as though it were being gripped by an iron fist. Cursed, moaned, vomited. Literally, I think these are all of these are viable options in this situation. If we have malaria, how do we get malaria if we've been taking our pills? Well, I guess it's a possibility. Don't drink any of the water. I mean, I guess we paid somebody to take our water or give us fresh water, but maybe they just got out of the river. We don't know where they got us water from. I know if you go to some countries like like if you go to the Congo and stuff like that, you do have to have a lot of vaccinations and you do have to take a lot of pills and stuff like that. So... I moaned, I vomited, and I lay there helplessly. Somebody carried me to the toilets and helped me wash and relieve myself. Somebody else gave me water and helped me drink. People watched over me while I slept. What did they want? Was it malaria? I would be really thrilled if somebody besides maybe Ryan helped me out with this stuff. I wouldn't want strangers like taking me to the toilets and helping me wash and stuff. The drinking water would be fine, but other than that, I would be like, no. What did they want? I don't know. They seem to be just helping you out. If they wanted something, I think they would have taken it already, lady. But it's probably malaria. If we literally can't, like, get up and do anything ourselves, it's probably malaria. But I love how our instinct is, what did they want? Like, they're obviously up to no good. They're nefarious. They want to steal our money or some crap. Who knows? Which they haven't, nobody has indicated that's what these people want to do. Our thought process is, hey, what is going on here? Let's say, what did they want? Were they helping? It seems like they're helping. Did they want my money? There we go. Would they wait until I was dead to steal all my belongings? I woke up. Oh, this is a cool tree. That kind of looks like those ones in Africa, the baobab trees. I was 15 again, sitting in the kitchen, watching helplessly as my stepdad yelled at my mom. I closed my eyes. I guess we'll say there was a tree in the kitchen. There was a tree where the table usually stood. I hid in it. Do that. Touch of the bark, it opened, and I hid deep in the trunk. Adwoa's face was like a mirage in the distance. Hush now, drink this. I need to get out. I need to get out of here. Oh, love how there's no, like, space there. The tent's going to collapse. I need air. The taste was bitter, herbal. Oh, here's some sort of mandrel or something. I crawled out of the tent, stood up and collapsed. Adwoa sat across the table from me. She wouldn't look me in the eye. I have to, she said. I have to. And you have to understand that I have to. I know you'll understand. She turned from a woman into a dog. Sharp fangs pierced my ring finger. I yanked my hand away. I turned into a monkey. Let's just go with this. And escape. Let's just go with this. See where it leads. Somebody was undressing me, washing me with a cool sponge, putting on my new clothes. I was a seal. Let's go with the background. I was a seal swimming in fresh, rejuvenating water. I saw a light and swam toward it. I opened my eyes. I was somewhere else. There was an old man there with gnarled hands and a naked chest. He held burning herbs in his hands. Then there were feathers touching my face. Something rattled, moved, squeaked, and suddenly warm. A heavy liquid fell over my cheeks. I started to retch. There were cool hands on my forehead. Somebody heaved me up and helped me as I vomited into a bucket. The world swam around me. I told you that you're too old for this, said my husband with disdain. You're old, your tits are... Jesus. You're old, your tits are small and dried up, and you're all wrinkled. And and I can't stand the sight of any anymore. Go to hell. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Go to hell, you piece of shit, I said and woke up. What's wrong with me, I asked. My throat was parched. I could barely recognize my own voice. I don't know yet, but you're strong for an old white woman. That's racist. I mumbled. She started to laugh. The laugh reverberated in my skull like an echo in a vast cavern. What if I did? If the roles were reversed and we said, like, something about another race, I don't think they would be laughing very much, right? What if I die here? What if I die here, I thought. What if I die here, alone on the river, surrounded by strangers in this godforsaken heart of darkness, and my body strewn into the water for the crocodiles to feed on? What if I die here alone and forgotten, without my family, without my friends? Nobody cared, nobody loved me, and I brought it on all myself. I don't think we did. I'm gonna say that's not true. That's not true, said someone. Then there was the smell of smoke again, and the acrid taste of herbs in my mouth. Alright. I lay on the deck exhausted. Gloria kept her cool hand on my forehead. I think you're improving, she said. A young Red Cross trainee was sitting on the other side of me. I looked at him. What happened to me? We are slowly moving, like just up the river. We think you had a bad case of heat stroke combined with food poisoning and dehydration, he said. Oh, so not malaria then. Well, said Gloria doubtfully, I still think we should wait another 24 hours to see if your symptoms continue. Don't worry, we're going to take care of you and get you to the nearest hospital. If you were 20, maybe it would be not such an issue, but we're concerned about your age. I felt a surge of anger and clenched my teeth. I'm not old, I hissed. Yes, you are, Gloria raised her eyebrows. Being old is a good thing. I guess I sighed. I don't see many advantages. I know, probably don't. Well, it said we got food poisoning, so I don't know how we'd get that if we didn't eat earlier. So, who knows? For the next few days, I found myself constantly frustrated. I was frustrated because the boat was slow. I was frustrated because the sun shone too brightly, and because people laughed too loud. How can you stand this? I was angry because they didn't seem to care that the boat was too slow. Stand what? Everything being so slow. I fumed. Slow? This is normal. I fumed in silence. Well, it went so fast, we didn't get to pick. Yeah, I felt everything but normal. I didn't fit in here, I was anxious, I was helpless. I didn't fit in here, clearly. The preacher. The song and prayer were a permanent feature of the barge. I'd never really understood the community of the faithful. Believing that a supernatural power would save you no matter what. I had my doubts. I've never been a religious person. Words must have gotten around because one morning I was raised by the visit from one of the preachers on board. You can be saved, he said, and put his hands on my shoulders. Don't you feel God's presence? Don't you want to accept his love? No, thank you. Should say that. Why? I've been having trouble finding that presence. Just look around. Someone giggled. The preacher looked confused. So did I. Does that matter? He said. What? I raised my eyebrow. God's love is God's love. Accept it, embrace it. God loves you. Can I go now? I need to go to the toilet. You are a lost child. Anger that had been burning in me since Adwa's funeral flickered and died, turning into despair. Maybe I am, I deflated. God loves you, repeated the preacher and kissed my forehead. I stormed off. I pushed him aside and stormed off to wash my face. And then it started to rain. Ah, here's the lovely rain. We can hear it. I forgot how intense African downpours could be. I was wet to the bone. In Fondo, everything was soaked through. What about your tent you were in? That's a cool background. Social life ceased to exist. Everybody stayed under their tarps to avoid getting wetter. People would just lie on the deck and look into empty space. They didn't seem to care. I didn't care. I discovered I didn't care either. I didn't care that I was drenched to the bone. I didn't care about my disagreements. I didn't care who with God. I didn't care who cared about me and who didn't. I was angry. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even annoyed. I only wondered if I'd catch a cold. I just sat in my soaking tent and observed everybody. One day I took a deep breath and realized that I stank. I started to cry. Yeah, you should probably have a bath, lady. I was so far from home in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by thousands of unknown people, damp all the time, traveling along a river whose banks echoed with strange noises. Where was the Africa I used to dream of? Please wait. All right, now we're heading up to Bangui or Bangu or whatever it's called. Chapter 4. You know, the taxi. That's a neat little statue. Central African Republic was not a fun place to be. Not that I minded being in a country where there was an ongoing civil war, of course, reminding me of my late 20s and the time I'd spent there then. Bokassa rose to power in 1965 through a coup d'etat, and his megalomania reached its zenith in 1977 when he crowned himself as emperor, eating up a quarter of the country's annual budget. Oh, what a swell dude. During the protests that followed, around 100 school children were arrested and killed. 100 school children? How old were they? Bokassa was deposed in another coup, one which would lead to 4 more coups within the next 30 years and so on. In 2012, a civil war broke out and had been raging ever since, and I just sailed, oh my god, we have to spend $152? I'd sailed right into the middle of it. I promised myself that if I got off this continent in one piece, I'd start taking better care of myself. In a hotel, got a room, and slumped on my bed, exhausted. Better be a nice hotel for like $152. Okay, AC, well, at least we have air conditioning and internet, so that's a positive, I guess, and we can have a shower. The phone rang while I was in the shower. It kept ringing. Yeah, I know, and a bed, air conditioning. It kept ringing as I let the steaming hot water pour down my back, but Dominic was a stubborn old mule and he called again. Howdy, gorgeous. His Texas twang hadn't changed a bit. You off that boat yet? No, I'm still in the middle of the river, I said sardonically. Of course I'm off the boat. Well, all right then. PKO in half an hour? 15. Can you make it 15? Can't wait to see me? Can you? PKO. Point Kilometric 0 was the main orientation point within the town at the beginning of the city. It was allocated in the center at the bank of Ubongi, and the area between PKO and PK5 was considered downtown. It was just around the corner. PKO was the only place in Bangui it was safer for foreigners to stay. Not that it was safe for anybody to stay anywhere in the country. Civil war had been raging for 3 years at that point. People had a distinct, dull look in their sunken eyes. I don't know, this looks kind of nice right here. I didn't miss the part of Africa, but no matter where you were, war never changed. Neither did Dominic. He was still tall, slim, and had the brightest smile of anyone I knew. We hugged. Although she has to check out her internet or whatever, her email. He hugged me, and I felt as though we'd only said goodbye yesterday. You're looking good for your age. For your age? I haven't seen you since, wait, how long has this been? 10 years ago, I think. We met briefly in Lisbon. My husband acted like a dick. That long ago, huh? How was your trip? I almost died. I managed not to die in the river, just. Thanks for asking. What happened? Heat stroke. I'm older than I fucking thought. He gave me a long, quizzical look. His dark eyes were more peaceful than I remembered, and now they had crow's feet as well. Handsome bastard. Still, the bastard looked at least 10 years younger than he was. When I get back, I'm going to start having facials regularly. He started to laugh. Did you see the email I sent you? I need to think it over. I need more time to think about it. It'll be one hell of a ride, like that movie. I will say Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde, I smirked. You actually seen that? Dominic raised his eyebrows. I'm too young to die. How about you? I have seen Bonnie and Clyde. If you ever mention that my age again, I said slowly, I will skin you alive and leave you to the fire ants. I think you're forgetting I'm from Texas. I've had a fire ants down my pants since I was knee-high. So that was it. We planned to ride a motorcycle through the DRC to the Rwandan border. Just like old times, Dominic said, and I couldn't help reminding him that I'd never actually ridden across Africa on a motorcycle before. D-Bend motorcycle time. Bernard, our fixer. Oh, I got a card or something. Arrange the additional documents I'd need. You're a reporter, he said. I'm gonna see what I got. I got another card. I don't think I have any more now. I don't want to know what you have in your hands. Apparently she doesn't seem to mind. She thinks it's handsome and stuff. Okay, so I got Antarctica. Nice. And I have no more drops remaining. So, yeah. I need Africa, Europe, and Thailand. Okay, cool. Looks like a nice vegetable stand. Oh, excellent, excellent. He looked over my shoulder. Have you got what I asked for? Yeah, I got it. Dominic was looking at some pictures that Bernard had handed him. What are these? Bernard shot him a glance. That is so you can tell people apart, in case you forget. See, everybody wears camouflage. Now, those in red berets are CAR. Green berets are presidential guards. Militia wears blue berets. Myco packs wear green shoulder badges. Clear? Oh, that's so clear, definitely. I craned my head to get a closer look, but Dominic shoved the photos in his pocket. Clear, he said. You're going to the Bokassa Palace, right? Bernard clearly had his assumptions about reporters. I nodded, I guess. Yeah, why not? I thought. I've heard there are still crocodiles around there somewhere. He sounded almost enthusiastic. Crocodiles? Crocodiles, I asked? Oh, you know, the crocodiles he fed his political opponents to. People say some of them escaped and now terrorize the local villages. I knew that story. Let's just go with that. I'd heard the story at least once before. The real Picasso was terrifying enough to inspire many tales, tall tales. When he was finally taken down, there were fridges full of human remains found in his palace, or so I'd been told by older reporters who were there at the time. It talked about chests full of gold and diamonds as well, so I assumed they were exaggerating. We spent 2 days preparing for the trip. Dominic rode a Yamaha, and although I wasn't a big fan of off-roading, I knew nothing would serve us better in Africa. Yeah, Ben, is a Yamaha a good bike to have in Africa? Do you know any of this information? We packed our bags, then bought tanks of water and gas, as well as food. We loaded everything we thought we might need. Then we spent some time bickering over which route to take. I know some people say route or some people say route. I say route. We finally decided to go through Kisangani and finish in Goma, where Dominic had some business to attend to and I could transport to Rwanda, which was the next stop on my list. I'd only been there once, and that seemed like enough for 21 years. Did I really want to go back there? Maybe I could just throw the towel, get on a plane, and fly to Maputo. Do we have any gel pants? Any gel pants? Asked Dominic suddenly. No, why? I won't need them, will I? Dominic's smile looked more like a grimace. When you reach a certain age, you start to appreciate creature comforts. You'll see. Gotta cross the border. Oh, some nice garbage. Delete they are. We had to cross the river and pay bribes disguised as taxes. Did you know, said Dominic, once we paid the porters to unload our bike and take the bags to the canoe, bribes are actually a substitute for democracy? What? What? I was intrigued. They did this study somewhere in the 80s or 90s. I think it was Ukraine or something. And they found out that in countries where there's no established democracy, bribes are the only way to make the system work. You can't really influence anything by voting, but you can sure make things happen with money. They had simplified taxes. So it's almost like taxes. The officials work for you, but without the state acting as an intermediary. And only if you can afford it. The officials are up to their eyeballs in the system too, right? He looked down at a piece of paper in his hand. You got $16. We need to pay 5% of the value of our goods to the customs officer. I'll say I have 8. I have 8. You cough up your half. So when our officials need to get something done, they have to pay a bribe to another official. He looked at the paper again. Do you have any cheese or butter? No. In this temperature, I laughed. Do I look insane? Great. We just saved 11 bucks. But photo sanitation wants another $11 for a tank of gas. How long was this list? Fuck, $11. I shrugged, resigned. My thoughts exactly. For the tank of gas, another $11. Health cards, another $5. Passports, $18. Oh my god. We paid another $11 to the Office of Water and the government for the same tank of gas, then $5 each to have our health cards inspected, and almost another $20 to get stamps in our passports, and finally the soldiers wanted their share for protecting us. I let Dominic handle it. And then the boat's apparently $40. The boat cost us another $40, but only because Dominic somehow managed to convince the owner not to charge us extra for the tanks of gas. I know, take everything while you're at it, frig. Enter the DRC is $25. Here goes all our money. The reporters turned out to be cheaper on the other side of the river. Sanitation's $15. Oh my god. I never went into a country, like, I've only been to the States and a few other places, but I've never been into a place where it's like, here's all this money for everything. We watched them unpack our stuff and then went to the sanitation officer to pay for being sanitized. Yeah, then we gotta pay for being sanitized. Security guards appeared out of nowhere. How much for y'all not to look at through our bags? Dominic asked, and then the money exchanged hands. When they left, we looked at each other and started to laugh. You handled them well. I see you have a good understanding with men in uniforms, I said. They have something we needed, or sorry, they had something we wanted, we had something they wanted. Soldiers can understand that better. It's as old as humankind. It's an exchange pure and simple, as means to an end. Here yesterday, gone today, back tomorrow. I thought he was right. Alright, look at all these places in Zongo. Riding a motorcycle in Africa is as much fun as it is a nuisance. The roads were terrible. I found out the hard way. I clung to Dominic for dear life, afraid I'd be thrown off the bike by one of the bumps in the road. The roads were infamously terrible, scenic, muddy, and a nightmare to travel on. Often they were blocked by one or more of the 4 kinds of obstacles you meet: water, wood, earth, and people. Sounds like tarot suits or some sort of twisted I Ching. What's that? I said when Dominic explained what to expect on the journey ahead. Hey, it sure does. We could write a horoscope. Let's go with water. Terrible fate awaits for those who are born in May, because rivers will flow across our paths, I said in a grave voice. What about people? Asked Dominic. I'm not a fan, I guess. I'm not born in May, so I guess I'm fine. I prefer the other suits, I said, shaking my head. At least they inspire some spiritual change. All right. There are places where the road became little more than a collection of potholes, puddles, and quicksand. I pushed the bike through, said Dominic. It weighs a ton, and I don't want to risk it falling on my leg or yours. Stop for longer. Oh, this is a cool bird. It looks sort of like, I don't know what these birds are. They kind of look like toucans, but not really. Lord of Mercy, I said, looking at the monstrous concrete arch that graces the entrance to Motel Ezekiel. Ain't it a beaut, said Dominic over dramatically. I wonder if it's the rest as charming as this. We stopped and have a look around the ruins of the abandoned pleasure palace built for Mobutu Sese Seko. Neither of us had seen it before, but it felt like we just walked into a post-apocalyptic film set. Is that really a swimming pool? I asked Dominic as we passed a huge tiled basin and bushes growing at the bottom of it. He nodded. Do you know that he hosted the Pope and the President of France here? Let me guess. I tried to remember the dates. Well, let me not guess. I don't know what time period this would be. Let's say John Paul II. I don't know. John Paul II, and let's do Pompidou. I have no clue. Georges Pompidou. You sure know your popes, but that ain't it. It was Mitterrand and John Paul II. Well, I got John Paul II right at least, so I got one of them. I shrugged and let him enjoy his moment of triumph. Mobutu's daughter got married here. The cake was flown in from France. Can you imagine that? Seriously? Probably. Are you serious? I started to laugh and then it hit me. I don't know why I'm so surprised. When Clem got married, my husband wanted to send food from his restaurant to Maputo. They'd get along, I think. Jose and Maputo? Him and Mobutu Sese Seko? Give me a break, I scoffed. I really didn't want to think about my husband, Clem, and all the other reasons I was there. Oh, that's nice. I don't want to think my husband, my daughter. I don't want to think about any of that. Even though the road is bumpy, it was made up for by the lush, vibrant greenery and the smell of the air, which was so different from Europe's. I watched people traveling from one place to another, carrying goods for sale on their backs. Sometimes they had huge slugs attached to their packs. The slugs? I sighed. My memory of the river sickness weren't so fresh, and if I hadn't been so cautious and about upsetting my stomach again, I would have bought some of them to eat. I don't know about that. I remember them being excellent snacks. I know some people like escargot, but yeah. Oh no, these are slugs. Never mind. Never mind. These aren't snails. These are slugs. We stood under a colorful canopy that had the words Renee's shop written above it. This is not real rain, said Renee, who came out to join us. What is it then? What is it then? I asked sarcastically. Snow, petals gently drifting down the trees. No, Renee was stubborn. Real rain floods houses, sweeps away trees, and contaminates wells. You're talking about like a flood, basically, then. Next day was sunny, and the mud dried into passable road. We ate and took off. We ate the sweetest pineapple. Ooh, there we go. Wait, the sweetest pineapple I've ever tasted and then took off. Yay, pineapple. Sometimes it would rain, and then I really understood what Dominic meant by gel pants. So drink more water and make it worse. We need to get our stress down. Oh, our stress is up. Never mind. Smart ass, I snap back. You're not the one peeing liquid fire. Trust me, you need to drink more water to flush out the bacteria. It burns. But that means I'll have to pee all the time, I complained. But it doesn't matter in this weather. You're wet anyway, Dominic shrugged. Stop for longer. I went to France back in high school and didn't try frog legs or escargot. Sometimes you don't want to experience, yeah. Some days you don't want to experience those things. That's a cool bird. La Salle was the town where Sesso Seiko was born. It was small, dusty, and a river ran through it. Another obstacle for us to overcome. See what I mean? Said Dominic when the locals started putting down boards to span the river. Intuitive. They know what they have, and they know how to use it. Just as I predicted, a river blocking our path. Do we have to pay to get across? Probably. Of course we do. You've forgotten where we are or something? Just imagine if it's an app on your phone. One that does some fancy tracking or something. What do you have on the thing anyway? I scratched my nose. I mean, I have like puzzle games and Instagram for sure, so I'll just say this puzzle game. I have this puzzle game. You build a village and go to your mine. Shit, Dominic looks shocked. There are apps for that? People are really fucking disconnected from reality nowadays. It's a distraction. Right? Of course, my predictions didn't save me from getting into trouble again. We stopped somewhere in the middle of the road, and I went into the bushes to pee. Bushes for my toilets now. Addie, don't! Yelled Dominic, but it was too late. A horde of massive ants. Look at all these ants. Angry at me for stepping on top of their colony, charged towards me. I screamed and swore, jumping and trying to get rid of them. Dominic ran over to me, but gave up after a few minutes and just doubled over, howling with laughter. He was useless. I mean, I'm not blaming these ants because we did encroach on their territory. You're useless, I cried, hopping on my left leg and shaking my right shin violently in the air. And if I ever see an ant again, I swear I'll bite its head off. I'll catch every last one of the little bastards and bite the living fuck out of them. Ow! Fuck you, little demons. Okay, let's encounter. Oh, what a lovely mud hole. And just like that, we ran out of gas and sputtered to a stop in the middle of the road. I was cursing, probably. Sounds like her. Oh shit, our stress is like super high right now. I know, he's not helping. I was cursing, Dominic was laughing. Fortunately, we could see a village a little way down the road, so he left me with the bike and went to get some gas. I sat against the bike with my legs in front of me and knotted my t-shirt under my breast. The humidity was almost suffocating. Ugh, God, I would hate this. I looked at my boots, at the green cargo pants I was wearing on my stomach, which definitely didn't look young anymore, but I felt young. And yet there I was on a motorcycle trip through the jungle, living my life to the fullest. You're as old as you behave, and I wasn't old, and my stomach was still pretty attractive. I liked my stomach. And then I heard the rumbling of the engines heading toward me. Two policemen pulled up next to me, the heat radiating from their bikes, only adding to the thickness of the heat. I guess we'll greet them, just try to be nice about it. Hello, I said, and got to my feet. One of the policemen was oogling my bare midriff. Oh, of course he was. I'd seen the smile on his lips enough times in my life to know what he was saying. Well, this is great. Let's say, you know what? Let's just play along with it. I lowered my shirt. How can I help you? I asked after I made myself presentable. Are you alone here? Asked the policeman. My friend. No, my friend went to get some gas from the village. As soon as I heard myself say it, I wanted to scream. Husband, you idiot. You should have said husband. Oh, you have a friend. Is she as pretty as you are? Oh, he's very handsome, I said. And he left you alone here? Why not come to Bumba with me instead? No thank you. This guy's a creep. There's a nice hotel there. I could show you. Oh God, I could show you things no white man has shown you before. Gee, this cop is really professional, isn't he? Then I heard Dominic. Hey, the lady said she wasn't interested. I heard Dominic's voice. The policeman looked at him slowly. You were lying, he said to me. Lying? We said it was like this dude. What the hell? He is not handsome. He is old. Oh, well, that's nice. I winced. Dominic narrowed his eyes. You ain't no supermodel yourself either, he said evenly, looking the policeman in the eyes. What the fuck was he doing getting into a pissing match in the middle of the African jungle. The policeman started to laugh, and then his friend joined in. It drove off toward the village, splashing mud on us as they left. We better go. I took a shaky breath. Come on, we should get going. Yeah, that could have turned out very differently. It was the middle of nowhere in the jungle, in the heat of Africa, and we were stuck in a traffic jam. Are you kidding me? There's a huge hole in the road full of rainwater that sucked in 2 trucks. They sat there like a huge squatting frogs. Their wheels spun, wildly flinging mud in the air, but they weren't going anywhere anytime soon. You're scared. You'd rather go back to the end. I know, those cops are creeps. I guess we should have said husband, but whatever. The wheels spun wildly, flinging mud into the air, but they weren't going anywhere anytime soon. One of the locals guided us through his neighbor's backyard and offered us some tea. His wife complained about the irresponsibility of the truckers, who obviously hadn't wanted to pay for help. What does she mean? I asked Dominic later. Oh, you know, large potholes are like startups here, he said. If you spot one soon enough and have enough planks ready, you can cover it when it rains and charge a toll for the crossing. What a scam. Quite the entrepreneurs, my voice dripped with sarcasm. I see you prefer more expensive and convoluted scams like selling shares and useless ideas to rich morons. I shook my head. We stopped in Bumba to have a drink. It was nice, I guess. We sat at a plastic table and started to chat with the locals about the weather, the roads, and the state they were in. They were adamant there was a hole big enough to swallow a whole truck somewhere. Their families and relatives. Suddenly the laughter stopped. We turned around. Oh god. There were policemen behind us. They didn't look friendly. Why have you not registered yourselves? Barked the tallest one. I kept quiet. We're not staying here. We're going to Kisangani and Goma. We just stopped for a beer. Papers! We took out our papers. A crowd started to gather around us, curious and hungry for a show. I could sense an unusual underlying tension. The policeman looked at our papers and shook his head. These are fake. You must come with me. They can't be. That can't be. I reached for my wallet. If we have to pay, are you trying to bribe me? The policeman crossed his arms. Money is not the law here. I am. Oh, great. This is turning out wonderful. Buck, I thought. We really were up shit creek without a paddle. Sure you are, snorted Dom, and I could see straight away he wouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have said that, I guess is what I meant to say. Policeman's face went dark. The crowd started to murmur. We ended up in jail. Oh, nice. They took our phones and backpacks and locked us up in the cell. Our bottles full of urine on the floor. Apparently they didn't bother cleaning up after the last tenant. I would say I'm probably scared at this point. I was so scared that I snapped at Dominic. Look what you got us into. Me? You think I'm responsible for this? Of course you are. I don't think he is, but whatever. I didn't see anyone else arguing with them. Oh, for fuck's sake. I was trying to save you. Oh, this is turning into a great argument. Well, thank you very much. Now I'm all nice and safe in a prison cell in the middle of fucking Africa. Oh, don't be so dramatic. It's not the first time and it won't be the last. I was exasperated. Maybe for you. I don't intend to be in a jail cell forever, but if you can do whatever the fuck you want. A couple hours later, they took me out for questioning. Officer, I'm very sorry about my friend. It was his son. He meant no harm. He drank I'll say it was his son. He spent too much time in the sun. You know how old men are. They don't like being old, so they pick fights with younger, stronger men to prove that they still have it in them. Dominic had heard that. I'd have been in so much more trouble. But we're not here to cause trouble, I kept going. I also do stupid things sometimes, feel young again. I just want to pretend that my friends are still alive. My daughter isn't pregnant. I didn't even pause to take a breath. I just chatted and chatted like a parrot. Finally, the policeman started to laugh. He was right about you. You really are a feisty old lady. We want to see for ourselves. Your friend is an asshole, added the policeman. You should leave him and stay with us. We are good people. Oh, that sounds like a plan. They held us until the next day before giving us back our belongings and letting us go. I reached for a cigarette. I wouldn't do that, but I feel like she would. So the hell over here. I lit a cigarette, inhaled, and passed it to Dominic. You know what? He said over a moment, maybe I really was trying to prove I still had it in me. Sometimes there were patrols. Policemen would stop us and write down our names painstakingly. I negotiated. I negotiated the customary bribes. Oh, well, without much success, now I have to pay more money. Oh, you want to hook up with her first? Yeah, I don't know if these are different policemen, though. There might be different ones. Or at least I tried. And once more. Oh my god, $40 more. 20 kilometers down the road was another patrol, and we went through the whole process all over again. Great. Every few miles we passed long since abandoned plantations, a railroad still visible rustling in the tall grass. We saw storm clouds gathering ahead of us one evening, so we decided to make use of a decaying warehouse to hide from the rain. They came when we were cooking rice, 9, maybe 10 people from the nearby village. Hello, I said. The oldest, a tall, thin, wrinkled woman, had a look in her eyes I couldn't quite place. Curiosity? Are you here to wake up the plantation? She asked. My heart sank. My blood boiled. I didn't know what to say. I'll say my heart sank. My heart sank when I heard the desperation in her voice. No, we were just passing by. The look in her eyes changed as though the life had left them. I sat for a long time, smoking and looking at the ruined buildings. We really fucked this place up, I thought. White man's burden my ass. We deserve to pay for what we did. Next day was absolutely perfect. We'll say great company, I guess. I like traveling with Dominic. The sky was blue and parrots followed us wherever we went. I thought about the feral parrots that had taken over the cities in southern Europe. In Buta, we were directed to an old school to make camp. When I opened my eyes the next morning, I was met by the stares of the entire village. They were all stood in front of the school looking at us. The kids were pointing and laughing. I waved. Hello, I waved at them. They smiled shyly and some of them waved back. We spent half a day there sitting with everyone eating and talking. They were curious about us and I was curious about them. I could feel my old self coming back. Listen to people, be patient, be careful of the questions you ask, observe more than talk. Let them trust you. Let them want to share their life stories with you. Let them explain their reality to you so you can pass on their stories to others. It's easy to forget we weren't alone in the jungle, but then an animal would spring into the road or a human would appear. People were curious, or they were thirsty, or both. If they were on the road like us, they were willing to talk. I struggled to remember words in languages I'd never really learned properly, but Dominic seemed to be capable of basic conversations without any problem. I guess I watched him. At first, I expected him to twist everything with his broad Texan accent, but I was quite surprised to hear it disappear when he started talking. He talked, he smiled, he exchanged water for pineapples, and one time we got a hand-drawn map with obstacles marked on it. Stay for longer. All right. There was a refugee camp on our way to Kisangani. I looked around. They were waiting for God knows what in makeshift huts, afraid to return to their villages. We stood on the edge of the camp smoking. I watched kids playing. Hide and seek among the rubble. I kept watching. One of them has a stick gun and was pretending to shoot the others. Do you have anything to do with this? I asked Dom. I was afraid of his answer. I was afraid of what he'd say, but more afraid of not knowing. Let's not talk business. He closed up like an oyster. You think you know something, but... we're gonna get stressed no matter what we do here. Don't feed me that bullshit, I guess. And tell me it's just war, and that war never changes. But you know it's true, Dominic said. It never changes. Please, Adila. He looked tired. Leave it alone. I watched him. I knew why I'd agreed to go with him. Wanted to be reckless, feel young again. I had to have a brush with death and survive. I thought it would somehow cancel out the only death that mattered. I thought Dominic saw what I was going through. Trusted him, I guess. I trust him after all. After all, we were friends. Should we go or should we stay here for a couple of days? He asked after some time. Let's go. Let's go. I want to be somewhere else but here. Anywhere else but here. All right. Many names have been given to the city over the years. Fall Station. Once it was called Fall Station because of its proximity to Boyoma Falls. Now it's called Kisangi. The current name meant the city on the island, in reverence to the tributaries that surrounded the city. Gold and diamond mines surrounded the city like an engagement ring, a promise of wealth and prosperity. The city itself dazzled me with its colonial architecture, its modernist hotels, its cathedral that mimicked Notre Dame, its office blocks yearning to be the city of London's skyscrapers. It was alive and buzzing with culture. There were TV stations, newspaper stands, theaters, cinemas, and music ventures everywhere. I looked. Not so long ago, it was known as the most stylish city in Africa. Now I could see where the traces of war. Do you know that when Katharine Hepburn and Humphrey Bogart stayed in one of the hotels here, he was constantly drunk and she was constantly sick? I hadn't heard of that. I looked at Dominic expectantly. She drank the water, so he drank whiskey. Oh, I looked at the slow, muddy waters of the Congo River. We looked at each other. I'm guessing that's when they filmed, oh, shoot. Oh, I can't think of what the heck that movie's called. I want to see it. I own it. I just have never seen it. Bogart, Congo. I can't think what it's called. Shoot. The African Queen. Okay, it is the African Queen. I thought maybe it was because I know they filmed a movie like in the Congo area. Let's see. Will we see that hotel? Let's say that one. We need to, well, you know what? We need to reduce our stress, so let's pick that one. You know what? I already had my river adventure. Let's buy a bottle of whiskey and get plastered. On to reduce our stress by a lot. Walk the streets swigging our whiskey as we went. Argue about movies, wars, and romance. Romance wasn't why I was here. Look for a diamond merchant. If it took us a while to find it, what are we looking for? Look, here it is. Look, here it is. I pointed at a mural of a man holding a diamond. Joshua said we should look for that. Sandwiched between dull, beige buildings on a dusty road, the sheer white walls of the shop, and a colorful picture painted across them were hard to miss. Mural depicted a man of two halves, cut down the middle by the shop's doorway. One side of him was thin, visibly hungry man holding a rough diamond in his right hand. On the other side was a tall, well-dressed man with a bag full of dollars in his left hand. This guy sure knows how to advertise, said Dominic. Who is he? A friend. A friend from college, I answered. All right. Oh, London, a long time ago, back in 1976. We'd met at the LSC summer school. I never did find out what Josh was doing there, but he had a specific Jewish charm about him. A little melancholic, a little depressed, and a lot of sex appeal. Leonard Cohen-like. That reminded me of Leonard Cohen. Oh, well. Oh my god, these two choices are just complete opposites here. We'll say we talked a lot. Oh my god. Both like to talk, and we found a good listener in one another, so we talked. Then the summer ended and we switched to writing. You know, those long, detailed letters that were meant to replace hours of conversation. Come to Africa, he wrote one time. You'll find plenty of shit to write about here. Addie! Joshua hadn't changed much. I know, there's great options. A bit skinnier and his face was darker, more wrinkled, but his eyes were still the same. Curious, kind, and so brown they almost looked black. You finally made it. How long has it been? I introduced... I'll say too long. He hugged me, and who's your friend? Right, Dominic beat Joshua. Joshua, Dominic. Dominic the war dog? Asked Joshua immediately. Dominic turned to me. Seriously? I felt my cheeks turn red. Oh, when I first met you, I wrote a letter to Josh, and Joshua stood there barely able to hide his amusement. But a war dog, Dominic was not amused. Josh, you old bastard. I know, I missed you too. He invited us inside. Joshua was passed. The room spoke of his past. A lamp that belonged to his mother stood in the corner, and on the back wall were pictures of his wife and their son. And on the back wall were pictures of his wife and his son. There were even a few of his parents in London and one of his grandparents in front of a synagogue somewhere in Central Europe. A path so distant it could have been on another planet. His desk that stood in the middle of the shop was covered in paper, cigarette butts, beer bottles, and some stones that looked like uncut diamonds. I was keen to meet his wife. Is Gina here? No, she's in Israel. Why? What? Why? It's a long story. I'll tell you later. There's a customer I need to attend to. I turned around and saw a thin, nervous boy clutching something in his right hand. The look of deep hopelessness and hunger in his eyes made me indescribably sad. We sat on the terrace. I was suddenly aware of the buzz of insects in the background. Joshua had cooked some rice and chicken. That sounds good. And we talked about the recent events in our lives. I had chicken for supper tonight with potatoes. Dominic was quite merciless about his nickname. Oh, for fuck's sake, it was 20 years ago and you were a soldier, I finally snapped, but not a mercenary. I believe she meant as a compliment. Joshua wasn't even trying to hide his amusement. Dominic shot me a glance that suggested I wasn't out of the woods yet. I'm going to bed, he said. If I hear you sobbing, it's just me. If you hear sobbing, it's just me crying my heart out with my teddy bear. Why? I said I was sorry. I'm just tired, he smiled. When he was gone, Joshua shook his head. You have a rare talent for making men go nuts around you. Give me a break. Oh, give me a break, will you? I waved my hand dismissively. I know, it's my fault. You mean Dom or Gina? You mean Dom or Gina? I decided to cut to the chase. He mulled over his thoughts in silence. What happened? Joshua looked at me. You didn't get my last letter, did you? Oh, the letters. We always wrote letters when we wanted to say something important. Email just felt so impersonal. Sometimes there would be 7 letters a year, sometimes none. I sent my family to Israel to my brother. You know, the one who runs a diamond cutting shop. I reached for my beer. And I let the silence unfurl. You know, he took a swig from his bottle. Samuel was getting too African. What does that mean? What does that mean? And that's bad because... I can't see why that's a bad thing. I look straight at him. The kids here, they drink, they use drugs, they sleep around, they spend every day on the river, platforms, diving and looking for treasure. I mean, that sounds kind of like they drink, they use drugs, they sleep around. That sounds like pretty much any place. Aren't you a bit prejudiced? No, my dear, it's you who idolize this place. You always did. I live here. Well, you've spent the last 20 years dreaming of Africa and the safety of the European Union. I've had enough. We'll just say that. I've had enough. I decided not to say anything else. We smoked in silence for a while. Why didn't you go? Yeah, I know, right? That sounds like a lot of people. I've been living here for how long now? 30 years, 35. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I've been here longer than I lived in London. I can bitch about people, but I can't live anywhere else. Israel's nice. I love the food. I love the weather, but you know what? He was silent for a moment. Israel isn't my promised land. I'd have to start all over here, or all over there. I'd be the oddball who lived in the jungle for 30 years. I don't even speak Hebrew, for fuck's sake. My folks use Yiddish at home. I don't belong there. I don't belong here either. But you know what? I don't mind. He took a deep breath inside. Why did you come back? For the funeral? For Adwa's funeral. No, Adi, here, to see me. I brought my chest up to my knees up to my chest, put my elbow on my knee, and smoked while looking into the darkness. Insects were even louder than before. I missed you. Sure, let's say that. Why not? I missed you. You're my best friend in the world, after all. He smiled. Am I? No one knows more about me than you do. So I suppose you are. Yes. All right. Next day, I got up before Dominic and went for a walk around the city. I needed time to think. If someone had told me 6 months ago I'd be back in this part of Africa, I wouldn't have believed them. And yet here I was, falling into my old habits, feeling more and more at home every day. I'll say it was this home. Was this my real home? I don't know, but I was getting tired of looking for one. Oh yeah, I finished this first season of Chucky, by the way. TV show. After the walk, I went to Joshua's shop and sat behind his desk, comfortable. So we have a little bit of fatigue on. I leaned back in the chair and for a moment imagined that it was my office. I get used to that. Big mahogany desk, a comfortable chair, the hum and buzz of the insects, the smell and clinging touch of the Congo air. I didn't notice Joshua come in. Have you had breakfast? He asked. Yeah, thank you. I have something for you. I forgot it yesterday. He reached into a drawer and took out a small pack wrapped in red paper with a golden bow around it. I couldn't avoid it anymore. I hoped he'd forgotten. Let's just do that. I looked at it. He put the packet on the desk. I'd hoped he'd forgotten. I'm waiting here for it's been waiting here for the past 20 odd years, he said. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I wiped my tear from the corner of my eye. Josh was looking at me. You never told me what happened, he said. I did. Clem got ill. I had to go back. I hadn't told anyone. Say that. He was right. I'd never told anyone until then. Clem got ill, I guess. Clem got ill and I had to go back with her to Portugal. Addie, his voice was quiet. You wrote a letter asking me to prepare for the most beautiful diamond I could find for an engagement ring, but you never came to collect it. I couldn't. If I'd been able to, I would have come. He tilted his head. I know you were in Africa later. You went to Mogadishu. You were in Rwanda. You wrote me all that time and you knew I had it for you. What happened? She broke up with me. So I'm guessing that Addie and her friend were a couple then. If they broke up, she broke up with me, I guess I'll say. She broke up with me. When I decided to Clem to Portugal, we had this big fight one night and she never told me to come back. Joshua looked at me silent. I kind of figured maybe they were a little more than friends, but you don't want to assume anything like that. I was still trying to understand what happened. Jose entered the picture. I don't know why. I don't know why she did it. Maybe she felt betrayed. Maybe she's scared. Maybe she was scared. I looked at Joshua, hoping in vain that he would answer me. I had that feeling that from the beginning it felt implied. Yeah, it totally did. The truth is I'll never know because I didn't ask, and now it's too late. Joshua sighed deeply and handed me the box of tissues. I cried. I cried and cried. How do you feel? He asked. I'm worried. I'll say that. I'm worried for Clem. I thought I made the right decision, but I just made a mess of my life. How could I know she'd have it easier? Joshua looked at me for a long time. Take the diamond with you and do whatever you want with it. I looked at the packet. I took it. Thank you for keeping it all these years, and thank you for listening. I hugged him. Yeah, it kind of seemed like they were a couple, but I, again, didn't know, and nobody wants to assume that. Do you want to watch me work? Asked Joshua suddenly. You wanted to know more about it once. There might be an article in it all somewhere. Let's talk to clients. Dominic was interested in how Joshua's operations were conducted, so we sat on the rattan chairs at the back of the shop and watched. There were plenty of people to come in. I benefit from a little bit of racism, actually. I'm white, so they're sure I'll pay them. I rolled my eyes. I must have pulled a face. What? Are you uncomfortable with me being aware of racial stereotypes, or are you me playing with them to my advantage? Probably that one, I feel like. A steady stream of people soon started coming in. The sellers were either too timid or too respectful and barely made eye contact. Strange objects. They put anything they could find on the table. Old coins with King Leopold on them, masks, figurines, old jars, knives, buttons, river stones, pieces of glass, and even copper wire. Most were worthless trinkets. That didn't stop them from asking for hundreds or thousands of dollars for their finds. How do you value a diamond? How do you value a diamond? Well, it depends on a number of things. First is the shape. The most valuable are regular stones that resemble a double pyramid because they can easily be cut into a classic shape with at least 58 facets. Then it's a weight in carats. The smallest from 1/10 to 3/9 of a carat can be found in shops in Europe. Or on the ring in the box in my pocket, I thought. Third factor is clarity and the fourth is color. Most sought after stones are clear white ones, but the most popular are yellow stones. What about the biggest ones? Oh, stones that are clear and weigh more than 1 carat aren't jewelry material anymore. They were an investment and, of course, a rarity. Well, diamonds always depreciate in value once you, like, buy anything that's diamond related. That's interesting. Oh, next in line was a boy. That's interesting. Addie, fetch me the scales, would you? Everybody in Kisangani seemed to have a small set of scales made of wire, 2 pieces of string, and 2 metal bowls. Old coins served as weights. 20 zares from 1973 weighed exactly 9 grams, and 5 zares weighed 4.5 grams. Both had Mabatu Sese Seko on them. Belgian Congo francs were useful as well because 5 francs were 1.5 grams, and 1 franc was conveniently 1 gram. I watched the magical ritual transfix. Joshua's long fingers seemed to dance in the air, balancing the stone against coins and matches. Why matches, I asked. 4 matches weigh exactly a carat. He put the stone down. How much do you want for this one, kid? It's dirty, but it'll do. $10,000, said the kid, puffing up his chest. Joshua pushed the stone toward him. 1,000. The kid grabbed the stone and almost ran out of the shop. I raised my eyebrows. He'll be back. They always are. No one will offer them more, and they know I'm honest. Was he, though? I had my doubts. Looking at Dominic, I saw I wasn't alone. Joshua asked us to stay for a few days, and we did. I could see he was lonely. Apparently we slept for 6 days. I woke up one day and felt like it was time to go. My backpack felt lighter, the sun was shining, and the diamond ring was nestled safely in my pocket. We drove away without looking back. Next stop, the wilderness. Apparently the Virunga National Park. Oh, look at the gorilla. We had to wait to join a convoy to get through Virunga. I pushed my hands deeper into my pockets and looked at the mountains. Have you ever been there before? I felt like Karen Blixen. Coming here, and then we landed right in the middle of violence and bloodshed. Some sort of war between the poachers and park guards. And you know, I caught the bug. I'd never felt so alive in my entire life. He looked at me and smiled a smart-ass smile. I feel like the game's really loud now, but that's probably just me. I looked at the mountaintops again. I could almost feel the touch of the mist on my face, the smell of the wet soil. Park guards were the bravest people I'd ever met. Protected animals who couldn't protect themselves and often got killed by poachers in the process, but they did it anyway. That sucks. So these park guards were killed by poachers in the process. That sucks. As we made our way through the national park, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were so irrelevant. People, gorillas, even the mountains. Everything would disappear in the end, and it changed nothing. Poachers are poo-poo. They're horrible. Goma. Goma was the end of our journey. It was a border town built at the foot of a volcano. In 2002, the volcano erupted and destroyed most of the city, covering it with festoons of lava. But its citizens didn't give up and rebuild their city so they could carry on with their lives. When we arrived, there was a party in the town square with beer, singing, and dancing. I looked at the girls shaking their hips so effortlessly and sighed. I remember the nights where we danced till the morning. Oh, how my hips wish they could still move like that. All right, so we're driving from the border to Rwanda. Throw your plastic. Kigali. Oh, well, this looks like a pretty nice building. What a stunning city. It was so clean and modern. There was no trash, no plastic bags, no mess of any kind, but there were a lot of people sweeping the streets. There were skyscrapers, apparently. There were glass and steel skyscrapers. There were parks, a city farm, and valleys full of flowers. There were no signs of traffic, and all the houses were neat, clean, and bathed in greenery. So I'm starting to feel old age, I know, right? The city was full of life, charm, and elegance. Kigali, a long time ago, apparently 1994. 20 years ago, there were vultures everywhere. They gorged themselves on the corpses that opened up in the heat like poisonous flowers. I was heading to the airport when a patrol stopped me and asked for my papers. At the time, in Terahwamways, murderous gangs roamed the streets, swinging their machetes, laughing at the sight of vultures eating rats and snakes. Those rats and snakes were their neighbors, Tutsi and moderate Hutus, who they slaughtered mercilessly over the course of 100 days. Was your spying successful? Asked their leader. A flood of answers ran through my mind. I'm nobody. I didn't say anything. I looked at him. Good. He stretched out his hand. I handed him money. I handed him money. He started to count it. If it's not enough, we'll rape... Jesus. If it's not enough, we'll rape you to make it equal, he said matter-of-factly. Well, what a lovely time. And then I started to laugh. Mad, high-pitched laughter that shook every fiber of my being. I howled like a hyena. Tears streamed down my face. He shoved the money back into my hand, and they ran away. Oh, well, okay then. We have $1,000 exactly. No, what? They don't like me laughing a lot, mad like a hyena. That kind of creeps them out, apparently. Dominic pulled up outside a small strip mall near my destination. I bought a smaller backpack from one of the stores, and we repacked our things. Once we were done, I turned to him to say my goodbyes. Till next time. Next year, same place, same time, Dominic said casually. I shrugged. I'll let you know. I still wasn't sure how my journey would end. I watched him drive away and realized I was on my own. As I walked the quiet, unbusy streets of Kigali on my own, I had the strange feeling that thousands of people were swarming around me. People from Rwanda believed that God created the world and then decreed it would be ruled by spirits and ghosts. Good and evil. Ghosts were everywhere. When I got to Marie Angé's house, I felt like I'd just run a marathon. Everything seemed to be swaying. The air was heavy and my heart was fluttering. I almost wanted to turn away and run away. Or turn around and run away. Back in 1994 again. She sat in the doorway to her house, her face in her hands. Her children gathered around her like two stray kittens. Go away, she said when I stood in front of her. Her daughter, who might have been 3 or 4, started to cry. There's a nice vulture in the background. She was more or less Clementina's age. Marie Angé looked up. I stayed. I stayed with her and the kids for another couple of days, maybe more. I didn't count. I cooked and took care of the children, and she talked. Sometimes it was one sentence, sometimes it was 1,000. When she finished, I felt numb. Leaving her felt like a betrayal. You have to go. Tell the story. Tell it to the world so the world knows. It was the last war story I ever wrote. And now I was back. Marie Ange had written in her email that she was so glad I was coming. She'd also written that she wanted me to meet her husband and children, and that unfortunately had missed her daughter, who was living in Uganda now, but she sent her regards. I felt strange. Oh, there's a nice cat on the bed. The address she gave me was a surprisingly well-to-do neighborhood. Her house, surrounded on all sides by a lush garden, was beautiful. I pressed the bell. I thought about the wooden shed we'd spent day after day in together and pressed the bell. Marie, I'm just gonna say Marie, opened the door. She was a little plumper and her hair was gray, but apart from that, she'd hardly changed at all. The elegant black robe that she wore was covered in shimmering golden embroidery. The moment she saw me, her face lit up and she hugged me tightly. And I started to cry. Oh, there's a pretty bird again. I don't know how long it took. She brought me inside, sat me at her kitchen table, handed me tissues, and I cried. 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 I can't think of that song. Oh, I don't want no satisfaction. That's what those lyrics are from. I cried as though I could fill Lake Victoria with my tears. She held my hand the whole time, and slowly I found myself smiling. I know Lake Victoria is somewhere in Africa. Do I look so bad that it made you cry? She asked. No, you look great. You look great. Peaceful. That's probably because I am peaceful. My husband will be back from his shift any minute, she said, and he'll go to sleep soon after that, and the kids won't bother us because they have school tomorrow, so we have plenty of time to ourselves. What does your husband do? I was curious. He's a doctor, one of the surgeons who think they can save the world. Her husband was tall, slender, very handsome. He greeted me we exchanged some pleasantries, and then he excused himself. I had to ask, I guess. I blurted out, is he a Tutsi? I mean, does that really matter? He couldn't have been, I thought. Not after everything that Marie-Ange had been through. He is. I think I have a type. Memories tried to rise to the surface, but I pushed them back down again. The story about Marie-Ange and the genocide she survived, but her uncle's betrayal and her husband's death was the last story I'd ever written. I wasn't ready to open that door again. I didn't think I would ever be. Oh, look at her, I guess. Oh, it's another cute bird. She looked at me with her sweet brown eyes. You look shocked when you saw my husband, she said, as though she were talking about the weather. I thought it was risky. Isn't it dangerous? I asked. You thought I would play it safe? She looked at me with an eyebrow raised. That's what I thought. Because that's exactly what I'd have done. What I did. Alright. We sat in the garden and drank something sweet and cold. I told her my story. Abruptly, I told her my story. I was talking, and I thought my dilemmas almost seemed trivial compared to what she'd been through. She listened. I was afraid. I thought, I can't do this. I can't stay here. It's too dangerous. I don't want my child to grow up here. I smiled bitterly. I want a normal, boring life. And what did she do? The first chance she got, she ran away to Africa. I'm sacred for her. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be I'm scared for her. I love it here. But I let my fear speak for me. How could she live here? Marie shrugged. How can you live in Europe? How can you live in America? How can you live in Asia? How can you live at all when there's so much evil in the world? Exactly. How can you? She smiled. Alright. In the morning, a few days later, I woke up to the sound of birds singing in the garden. So we can go shopping, meet friends, or visit. Let's go shopping. I was still thinking about the past. I decided to take a stroll around Kigali and see what it looked like now. This is a modern mall. I've been walking around Kigali for maybe 3 hours, marveling at the changes that occurred over the past 20 years, and I was getting thirsty. I went into a small store and grabbed a bottle of water. To my surprise, the glass was heavy. I placed it against the nape of my neck, and I could feel the cold taking my stress away. I know, that's one way to phrase you're in a committed relationship, I guess. Feel the tension and stress go away. The young clerk had a Metallica t-shirt on. Anything else, he asked? Maybe a beer? We have a great local beer. Very relaxing. You look like you use one. What a bold young man. Jaw dropped. The boy couldn't have been much older than 18. Why would you think that? Why would you think that? I managed to ask. Oh, if it's your first time here, you might be a little, overwhelmed. I've been here before. I was here, well, some time ago. It hasn't changed much, has it? Or it has changed so much, hasn't it? For example, did you know that we have a strict policy on plastic waste and garbage? I always remind people from Europe about it, because they come from places that are so behind on the subject. I stared at him in amazement. That look on my face only seemed to encourage the boy because he kept going. I mean, how can anyone live there? The pollution in Europe is so terrible, and in the US, the healthcare system is just the worst. The worst. There's no stopping him. I mean, they don't care about their people at all. I wouldn't have lived there ever. He took a breath and continued, even in Silicon Valley. Besides, we have better startups than they do. Have you ever heard about our buses or our mobile pharmacies or the drones that carry blood when it's needed? I let him talk. Yeah, apparently the sky is the worst. It's the worst, I know, right? I'll let him talk. That's the one thing I miss about Canada is the healthcare. Not going to the doctor's office and not having to pay like a copay and stuff was just really nice. Even though I'd read all about all this before, it was no stopping someone as young and enthusiastic as him. And do you know that women are the majority in our parliament? He said, clearly intending that this is his mercy shot. Oh, and we don't import secondhand clothes from the West. We're better than that. I mean, who would want to wear them anyway? I looked at my pants. Your t-shirt looks old? No, I'll say I looked at my pants. I looked at my surplus army pants. They'd definitely been worn before, and they were comfortable. I need that beer. I need that beer, I said. He looked triumphantly at me, a wide smile across his face. I know, you all do when you learn the truth about Rwanda. Couldn't help but smile. He was so young and so fiercely proud of his country. Decided to play dirty. He was a future. Let's say that one. And what if, I thought suddenly, what if we didn't stand in their way? What if we didn't plant our ideas, preconceptions, and prejudices in their heads? What if actually, for once in the history, they took over and led instead? Sure, I guess. Let whoever is the best lead. We were alone. You know, the day you come, I decided to hang myself, said Marie. I was waiting for my family to come and take the kids. I took her hand. And then you came and I thought I didn't want to die without telling my story. I'll tell my story and then I can die. And I told it. She made her own future. She accepted the past. I'll say made her own future. And then I met Gerard and I married him out of defiance. You can't let despair eat away at you, Adelia. Sometimes when I just spiral and fall, I remember that I had my revenge. I had it. I listened. My children survived and they thrive, and they are good people who help others. And the uncle who sold us out got what he deserved. Did he? I asked, mortified. Thank God, yes. You know how I met Gerard in hospital. He was my uncle's doctor. He was the one who treated him and got him back to good health. And now that old fucker has to live with the knowledge that not only does he owe his life to a Tootsie, but happily married to him as well. And there are more children. We sat in silence for a while. Being happy is the best vengeance you can have. Oh, and oh, I am a vengeful one. I looked at her with respect, the kind of revenge I understood. All right, we got our money back, apparently. 1,000. Or how much longer this is. Chapter 7. I think I'll end it there. So we'll go back to title page. Oh, 66%. So yeah, we're not even close to finishing yet. I know, it has like interesting topics in it. So I'm gonna select intermission and then I'll play some Dead by Daylight, I guess. Because it's still early, it's only 1 o'clock, so I'll stream some Dead by Daylight, I guess. My throat is getting tired of reading, so time to play some DBD. Oh, my controller's already plugged in. Yeah, there's definitely some interesting topics in the game. All I knew was it's like kind of an adventure game where you go around the world and then you like interact with people and you have choose your own adventure. I just stopped waiting because it was easier to like get through the game that way. I mean, we spent streaming like 3 hours and we're nowhere near finished the game. I saw like it basically takes like at least 6-7 hours to beat that game, so we're not anywhere near that. Usually it's a double feature. I thought about doing it's Disney whatever the game's called, Dreamlight Valley, but yeah, no, my I don't want to have to do that. That's more reading and stuff, so no, my throat is tired. I won't be streaming this for very long, but might as well stream something else, I guess. But I did get some cards from it, so that's nice. All right, my game is loading. Yeah, with it, your hip. All right. Dead by Daylight. Okay, I have to pick Dead by Daylight instead of Wanderlust. There we go. To do. Yeah, how do you guys like that game so far? You like it, or do you want me to keep playing it, like streaming it in the future, or not? Because I like it. It's definitely different than other games we streamed, so it's something different at least. You have a giant friend made of iron. Are you talking about the Iron Giant? Talking about the Iron Giant, the movie. I liked it. It was like story time. Yeah, my throat was just getting tired. It's a little sore right now, so. Doesn't Vin Diesel do the voice of Iron Giant? Am I wrong about that? I've never seen it. I own it on DVD. I've just never seen it. All right, 50,000. I forgot about that. Okay, we'll just get rid of this one. Why not? Oh, the Hillbilly. Great. What a perfect one. All right. I have a bunch of blood points, which is fantastic. Not that I'm gonna use them. Oh yeah, I was doing this build. So Thanophobia, Shattered Hope, Iron Grasp, and Franklin's Demise. Okay, cool. Instead of Devour and stuff like that. Okay, cool. So let's use this build, I guess. We didn't really get to utilize this very much last night. I have all these at tier 1, tier 3, tier 3, tier 3. Yeah, I can't really use any points for her. Okay. I mean, I can, obviously, but I would rather use them on somebody else to try to level them up. All right. Hawaii Leprechaun. Oh my god, 3 megs? Sure. And there is a Michaela, which means there could be a boon totem pop up, so that'll be nice. We can just destroy their boon totems. All right. And they have med kits, so I can get rid of those too. Just be a dick and get rid of all their crap. And now I don't really have to worry about what people are bringing in because of whatchamacallit, the perk we have. All right. Come on, guys, ready up. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm disappointed my chair didn't work out, but hopefully we'll be able to return it and then get like a new one. I was having a hard time deciding between like the 2 colors because the red looked really nice in person and the blue looked really nice in person. So I think there was also purple and white, but I didn't want either of those 2 colors. But Amazon does have like a really nice chair that had really good reviews on it. If I go gaming chair, I've never actually had like a gaming chair before, so. Yeah, there's always tomorrow / today. They have a good, this one's expensive though. This one's like $200 and something. That's also the same price. Where the heck is the one that had like really good reviews? There was one. Why is it not showing up when I'm... Oh, the Hummel. This one was actually really affordable, but I was interested in this. But unfortunately, it was like... I don't think it's Prime, like, related. Yeah. And they had the color in... it basically looks exactly like the chair I bought today, almost. Except it comes in this really pretty cyan. But it's $130, and then it's like a $30 delivery fee. So, yeah, okay. All right, let's do this. There's a great big beautiful tomorrow shining at the end of every day. Okay. Nobody wants to hear me sing, so I'm not doing that. I like that one, but it's like a shipping fee on basically all of them, so there's no free shipping. I don't think it's Prime related, which kind of sucks. You think it would be, but it's not. I was gonna check there. Gaming chair, but I have to trade an arm and a leg for it. At least they're not like ridiculously expensive. Like the one that I got off of Staples today was very expensive to begin with. It was like originally like $300 and something, but then it was on sale for like $150. So I didn't think that was bad. So that's what I ended up doing, was getting it for $150 today. And on Staples website, it was actually cheaper on sale than it was in store. So I was like, oh, okay, let me just do that. And then I showed them the their website to say like, yeah, it's cheaper on your website. But we have to return it because, yeah, it just has that, it had like a couple of broken pieces to it. Which sucks because I was really looking forward to getting to use it. but I need a new one. This one isn't a bad chair. This is like Ryan's old chair. But yeah, it's the arms on it are like starting to fall apart, like the material. So it's not exactly wonderful for me, but it is what it is. Right. But I like this chair. Like, this one's comfortable, but it's also like, yeah, I need a new chair because this one I've been using since I moved here. My old chair that I had back in Canada was a, it wasn't a gaming chair. It was just like a regular, like, chair to sit on at like a desk. So yeah, it wasn't a gaming chair by any means, but yeah. Okay, get her. We'll get this chick. Fine, they just set up a totem. Shoot, I missed her. All right, we can find the boon totem and set and like kick it out so they can't get it. It's always nice when I can run like a decent amount of like whatchamacallit, when I can go after a bunch of people at one time, like multiple times. It's nice. Pick this. I'm wondering if I should bring on, well, I don't know if I have a perk to help me with totems, but I'm wondering if I should bring on like totem perks. I'm gonna let her go. I've been chasing her for a while. Yeah, I don't know if there's a perk to let me know where totems are, because I have no idea where they are in this map, so that's not helpful. Or I don't know where they are in most maps, to be real. I think there's one over here though. So yeah, it was on sale for a decent price, so that's why I ended up buying it. Yeah, there's one up here. Or there's one around here, I just heard it. Hi. No, it's in here. Here's it. Right here. Well, guess what? This goes goodbye forever. So, goodbye. Must be a totem here. Yeah, there's a totem here. There's a doll one over here, because somebody's over in this area, too. Hi. Yeah, you can definitely get some like affordable gaming chairs and stuff. Which is nice, especially if they're on sale. I know like AK Racing are really like good chairs, but I think those are expensive, aren't they? But the way I look at it is like, it's like a pair of jeans or something. Like if you wear it a lot, I remember watching like What Not to Wear years ago, and basically the whole premise behind that was somebody didn't want to spend like a ton of money on like a pair of clothing. I forgot what it was, but then the whole gist behind it was like, okay, if you're gonna wear this like coat for one day and that, or like this dress that's like $300 for one day and that's all you're wearing it for and you're not using it for any other purpose, then yeah, it's probably stupid to spend $300 on this thing. But if you're buying like a pair of jeans for like say $200 or something like that, but you're gonna wear them, like $200 is a lot of money for jeans. But yeah, I know, I used to love it too. Quentin and Stacy, or Clinton, no, it's Clinton and Stacy, right? Yeah, I used to watch that all the time on TLC. But yeah, I remember this analogy, them basically saying, because some people would not want to spend a lot of money, even though it wasn't their money. They got like that credit card for $5,000 to spend on like new clothing and stuff. But the way I look at it, which is right, if you're gonna buy like a pair of jeans for like $100, let's say, and then you wear the jeans for like years, that you're getting more bang for your buck. Like, I don't mind spending a little bit more money on clothing if I'm gonna wear it a lot, you know, like a pair of jeans or a t-shirt or something that I'm gonna actually like spend the money on, you know, and wear it. Yeah, I tried to set my mom up for that show, but we never got our contact. Oh, that would have been funny. There you go. Shit. But no, I like to be comfortable, but I also don't mind spending money either if it means like I'm getting something that I'm going to be wearing a lot. Like, okay, I'm gonna wear jeans, I'm gonna wear those a lot, I'm gonna wear like t-shirts, I wear those a lot, I'm gonna wear sweaters, I wear those a lot, like things that I wear a lot. But dresses, I wouldn't want to spend a ton of money on because I don't wear like dresses a lot. So I actually remember when I was in Florida and I got this really nice Tommy Bahama dress like years ago, and it was like a nice, like I really liked it. It was a nice dress, but I didn't really wear dresses that much at the time, so I ended up returning it and exchanging it for like a shirt that I would totally wear, and I had worn so many times over the years that it was worth it for me to switch it. But like you can't find that shirt anymore or that dress anymore. So it's kind of like, well, I kind of wish I had like kept the dress, but oh well, I didn't get to, and it was just worth it for me to buy, like, get a shirt instead of like a dress. I didn't mean to do that. That's just my feelings about that. So it's like the whole thing they say on the show is basically like, yeah, it's not their money, so it doesn't matter. And then also the fact that it's like, what was I trying to say? Yeah, about the whole fact that it's like, okay, if you're going to, yeah, if you're gonna wear something that's expensive, but you're gonna wear it a lot. Like for me, I like to wear jeans and t-shirts and sweaters and things like that. Like I like to be comfortable. I don't mind spending a little bit of money on that stuff. But if it's something that I'm like, okay, this is kind of expensive because I'm only gonna wear it like a few times in my life, then that's probably not worth the money to invest in like something expensive, you know? I should have had that, but whatever. Yeah, you also get, well, I mean, I've had like clothes that aren't that expensive that have lasted me for years. Like some of my stuff in my collection isn't that expensive, but I've had it for like a while, you know? Oh my god, why are you waiting here? Get out of here. I'm gonna find your other freaking stinky totem and get rid of it, and then you're gonna be sad because it's not available anymore. Yeah, there's like fast fashion clothing and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't mind spending, like, I get t-shirts from Cordy as part of the grab bag sale. And during like Black Friday and stuff, they end up being like a really good deal. Like they're $4 or $5 each shirt, which is not a bad deal. And then, trying to get her to go over the thing. But yeah, they end up being like a pretty good deal, and I wear those all the time, and they're actually really nice quality. Like you wouldn't think they would be for the money, but no, they are. So, I like the stuff. It works for me. Yeah, it doesn't have to be expensive as long as it lasts and works. And then there's other stuff where, you know, it can be pricey, like the gaming chair that was originally $300 and something that had broken pieces included with it. So that was real fantastic. Like, what if I didn't live near a Staples and I couldn't return it, you know? Yeah, if I couldn't return it, I'd be out of luck. But luckily I can because the Staples is in town. It's not that far from here, so... You... Thank you. Okay, getting there in time, but at least we know where these people are now. Shoot. Fine then, I'm gonna hit you. What do you think of them apples? I don't care who I get. I was trying to go after the one person because they were injured. Okay, they're right over there. Cool. Let's see if we can find that person. I don't know if we will, but we're gonna look and see. Looked like they were on the ground, but I have no idea where they are. Sucks. I have no clue. Backfire. I know, right? Oh, well, at least that person got healed, so that's fine. I'm not too fussed about that. Yeah, I didn't know where they went down. I couldn't find them, so I had to try to look and see. Okay, I don't think they have another totem set up. I wish it would tell me how many totems there are in the map, like like hex or boon totems, but it doesn't tell me. Well, we've gotten rid of a couple of them at least. Okay, there's another one right there, which they haven't found yet. All right, so they've set these pretty good. Oh, I just saw somebody. Their bright yellow shirt definitely helps hide them on this map. Here, they're over in this area somewhere. Yeah, there they are over there. I mean, they do only need one thing left, so yeah, there. I didn't tunnel you. I let you go, and I went to do other stuff, so that's not my fault that I found you again. A different story if I happen to find like these people when I'm like going back to the hook. But I'm not doing that, so it's a different story. I had to check. You never know. They could be there. I know where they are. I'm not going to hit that person if... Oh my god, my game again. So frustrating. I don't know why it keeps doing it. I have the quality, like, not that high. So I don't know why the heck it keeps doing it. But I love that it keeps doing that. Fantastic. I don't even have the high quality high for this game right now. This is frustrating. And then it gives these people a chance to actually, like, heal and escape. Oh, whatever. I love it. I love it so much. It makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside when my game freezes for like a few seconds. All right, I'm gonna head over to this other one. They could be working on this one in this distance. Oh yeah, they're totally working on this one. Could have went in there. I know she was lurking around here because I saw her, but I have no idea where she went. Yeah, I think she's over here. Maybe not. Interesting. Okay. Well, she was in that area, but I have no idea where she went. So let's head back this way. See if I can get rid of that totem. Yeah, they're over this way. I know there was a boon totem somewhere around here. Maybe it was the other side of the map. I remember seeing it, but I don't know if that's the one they actually did or not. They're not working on that. Somebody's here, though. All right, let's head up here, I guess, again, because I have no idea where these people are. No, you gotta love when the game freezes and has issues. So wonderful. I love it. Fantastic. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if they went back to it because, you know, I could be chasing the one person and then, you know, that happens. Bagels are good. I like sesame seed bagels, but they're not easy to find around here, so it is what it is. Nice job, guys. Oh, shoot. I thought there was a thing up here. Where the heck is it? Okay, well, this person's gonna get away now. Awesome. Oh, it is up there. Shit. They're gonna fucking get away. I did not see that. When I got up to it, I couldn't tell that was a friggin' hook. Awesome. So happy. Well, I'm coming after you. And she got adrenaline or some crap. Oh, I love it. That was a mistake on my part. Shit. I didn't realize... I knew there was a hook, but I could not see that when I was upstairs. Going after you because I need to get somebody, and you were just all going to be hooked, lady. I don't count that as tunneling if I had them almost hooked. But, yeah, I couldn't tell that that thing was there. I knew there was one there. I just could not see it. So, it is what it is. Alright. That person was supposed to be hooked anyways earlier. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way for me to tell where these freaking totems are. I'm gonna go around and look and see if I can get points. I'm not gonna push them out. I'm gonna see if I can get points. Oh yeah, I forgot to set up more like sound alerts. Oops. I was gonna set up another one for the free ones that you can use for channel points, and then I was gonna set up more for the other thing. Oops. There might be one in here. You know what? This is points. So we're just gonna go with this. So I'm gonna see if I can get fine stuff. Fine. I'm not even paying attention to the doors. They can open those all they want. I'm just gonna do that. Thank you, Evie. You have to give that a minute. Okay, there we go. I would say those should work together. Now, I don't know where the totem was. I couldn't find it. It just, I think it takes like a different amount of time for them to work together.
Ooh, salty.
There we go. That's a new one. Why is that not working now? Oh my god, this game. It's not even this game, it's the stream. I can't see those Jason emotes right now. It all just says Jason GG, Jason GG, Jason Hart, Jason Hart. I don't know if it actually popped up on the stream or screen or not. No, it's not showing anything. What if I do it? Let me try putting something. Let me try one of mine and see what happens. Okay, there we go. Popped it. It worked earlier. Yeah, it works for me. What the heck? Okay, I don't know. It's weird. Reset. Yeah, I have no idea. It's stupid. All right, so we need to get blood points. Cool. It shouldn't be like that. Shouldn't be the issue. They were working before because people came in and did them earlier. I wanted to make sure like it was working for me. I said GG for some stupid reason. Yeah, it's working for me. Lubly, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Now, they did a good job, but I want to test out that bit. Oh, great! Flashlights! Well, guess what? Now I'm bringing in Franklin's Demise. Oh, I played against you again. I saw the name, but I wasn't sure if that was actually you or not. I saw Lubly, and I wasn't really like, oh, is that you? Because that's random to get a match against, like, the same people more than once. Did I literally play against you guys again? Wow. That's super random. But Alex and Dark Yoshi, welcome to stream, guys. No, you did a good job. I was going around trying to find the boon totems more than anything. Because I have, whatchamacallit.
Thank you for being a friend.
Toasting my bagels. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Starlings. Yeah, I have Shattered Hope, so I was trying to get rid of the boon totems. And then I have Franklin's Demise on now. So I don't have to worry about flashlights or anything like that, which is lovely. No, that's funny. Notification, I'm no longer sub. That's why. Oh, okay. Oh, that's so stupid then. Okay, that's why it didn't work. That's silly. Yeah. No, I didn't realize. I don't look at the names. I rarely look at the names of who I'm playing against. So it's nothing against you guys. Did a good job. I was like, yeah, I was just trying to find the totem while you guys escaped and got out. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for the boon totem. And I was trying to get rid of pallets and stuff that I couldn't get and stuff like that I missed to get extra points for myself. Because you guys won at that point. I mean, there's no point in trying to kill you guys when you have opened the doors and you've won. No, you guys did a good job. That's funny. I think that's like the second time that's happened, which is weird. Like, yeah, all the amount of people to play this game and then you happen to get the same like people to go against. That's funny. All right, Coal Tower. I don't dislike this map. I also don't dislike the last map we were on. Alright, that was also our first match. So, yeah, despite me streaming for 3 hours, I just started playing Dead by Daylight. Like, that was the first match. So, you know what? It is what it is. It's a warm-up match. But 2 people do have flashlights. I have to remember that. Alright. I don't know if the boot Shattered Hope is going to be necessary. Oh, well, never mind. There is a Michaela here. Go for it. Get rid of that now, then I don't have to worry about it. No, she gets rid of that now. Guess what? That's not a big deal to me. I actually am not mad at that she got rid of that. Oh, there goes your item. Sorry, Michaela. I don't think I should have downed her there. That is kind of ridiculous. And I'm saying that as a killer. I don't think I should have been able to down her there. She was in the freaking locker. She popped out, but I hadn't hit her at that point. So I'm calling bull to that. I mean, I'm gonna like obviously be excited about that. I like that, but that's kind of sucky for the survivor, you know? The survivors wonder why this game is glitched and shit. Now I don't have to worry about Devour Hope, so we're good. On Feng Min, let's go. I'm trying to build a little bit of a less of a gap between me and the Feng Min. So, oh, she's got a flashlight. Okay, cool. Shoot. Oh well, some people are really good at doing that, and I am not. So it is what it is. Oh, there goes your flashlight. Sorry, Feng Min. Bye. I just have this evil ass like look on my face. Go on, Feng Min. You don't have your flashlight anymore, so you can't do that to me. I love it. I love when they lose their flashlight. Yeah, Lightboard is a great perk and all, but this one just works a little bit better because you can actually get rid of any item they have, which is nice. I know that David's there, and I think he has a flashlight, so this is real fun. I almost feel like really? I wasn't even looking at you, David. What the fuck? David, really? Stop it. I love how he just insistently does that. Like, nice. Well, guess what? Your flashlight is going kapow in a minute, David. Go suck a lemon, dude. You're gonna lose your item in a second, so hopefully you enjoy it, David. Enjoy it while you can, dude. Enjoy it while you can. Enjoy your flashlight while you can, before I get rid of it. Go for it. I just want him to enjoy it while he can. It's gonna lose charges, and he won't have it anymore. Oh, there goes your flashlight. Hopefully you got a lot of use out of it, you dick. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and you don't have it anymore. So, oh, I'm so sad for you. Unless he goes back and finds that he's not getting it back, which is fine with me, because I don't want them having their stinky flashlight. So there we go. Sad Canadian. That's a lovely username, isn't it? Okay. There again, Jen's done. You know what? I'm still just like getting started with this game. The person hasn't set up any boon totems. Set them up so I can destroy them. Oh, here we go. Finally, there is one set up. Oh, well, guess what? This is going goodbye. Bye. You can't set that up anymore. I'm not trying to chase after David. I'm not trying to chase after this dude, but like, there's nothing else I can do because he's here and I gotta chase after him. Thank you. Damn it. I'm not doing very good. I probably shouldn't have streamed this tonight. I'm just not in the mood for this, but I wanted to stream something, so. Alright, set up another boon. That's fine with me. Oh, I'm happy to have the boon gone. I hit that before. That shouldn't have happened, but whatever. I hate when the pallet slams, even though it technically shouldn't. But I guess it gets back at me for earlier when the glitch happened. Whatever. The glitch happened on my end, which gave me favor, but whatever. Let him go. Okay, the boon totem isn't up here. I was hoping maybe this is where it would be. It is not. All right. Yeah, I have no idea where the totems are on these maps. I'm not very helpful in this regard. Okay, I'm gonna hit him down. I'm gonna hit this gen. Oh, well, never mind. I was gonna hit the gen, but now I can't do it because of that. Right, we'll put him right here. That's fine. I know the other person went back the other way. Here we go. Oh, really? Do you think you're getting that? I do not think so. You're not getting an item. Okay, I don't know which way oh, she's this way. Not getting that toolbox. I do not think so. You can get it when it has no charges and you can't use it anymore. There you go. You can get it back later. Or whatever it is. I guess it's a med kit. I thought it was a toolbox. They can get it back later. All right. I still have to find the hex totem, or the boon totem. I keep wanting to call it a hex totem, but it's a boon totem. Definitely not there, because I already got rid of that one. Oh, it's over here. Nice. Right, goodbye to that. Well, they've got this. Again, I just need to warm up with this game tonight because I wasn't planning on streaming this, but I needed a break for my voice. You again? I don't want to go after her because she was literally just on the hook. Okay, I'm gonna avoid her. You have an item again. Oh, well, shit. I didn't mean for that to happen. Oh, there goes your item again, Fingman. I didn't mean to step on there. Oh, this game and its glitches. All right, let's bring her over here. Setting up a new boon totem. That's kind of futile at this point, but whatever. Oh, that should have landed. Whatever. Didn't land. It probably should have landed, though. Good job, dude. You're moving around too goddamn much for me. Friggin' what's his name? Ace? Or it's not Ace, though. I can't think of his friggin' name. Whatever the heck it's called. There we go. Whatever the heck his name is. Yeah, the interesting locations, right? The heck his name is. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this. Just to get out of it. Ash, thank you. I couldn't think of it. Thank you. Yeah, Ash. I'm gonna go upstairs because I know they have one here. Get rid of this one too, so they can't heal themselves. Guess what? That's 3. Goodbye to you. Now you can't insta-heal yourselves. Oh no. Oh darn. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're not gonna be able to get over there in time, so let's just do this. And then we'll go after Michaela, I guess. Why is this here? I thought I got rid of this. Yeah, Ash, that's who I meant. Yeah, the fact that you can, like, jump up apparently and go on to certain places is interesting to me. Alright, let's put Michaela over here, right by the door. Bye, Michaela. Alright, that that one's good. We gotta head all the way over this direction. These gens aren't in like a very good spot. Nice. Nice job, guys. Well, at least I got one. I mean, both names have only 3 letters and have the same first. Oh, Ash and Ace, yeah. I just get sometimes confused. I knew it wasn't Ash, or Ace, but I'm going with Ace anyways. Whatever. Go after you. Go after. Oh shoot! It didn't hit her. I thought it hit her. That's fine, dude. You can spend your time friggin' doing that. Have at it. Hee hee ho ho hum hum. Hangman wants to spend her energy doing that, then feel free and get out. She wants to spend her energy doing that, feel free, Fangman. Fall through there. She's gonna fall back. Nope, she isn't either. There we go. Put her all the way over here. At least she got points for doing that, but that's fine. Nothing in. Shattered Hope is nice to have just so you can make sure that they don't have like boon totems, but yeah. Get out. What if I should bring in something besides Shattered Hope? Because Shattered Hope is nice and all, but I kind of want something else to have, you know? Thank you, Evie. Like, I like it, but it's only useful if people bring in, like, boon totems. Otherwise, it's kind of useless. So. Your dog, to be honest? What does that mean? Okay, I have no idea what they're talking about. Okay, bye. I'm not saying anything to those people. Your dog? Does that mean dog shit? Like, I'm not really I'm curious what they mean by that. Alright. I'll try somebody else. Dead. Try a different killer. Franklin's, Shattered, and Thanophobia. Alright, let's try somebody else. Well, thank you, Evie. I appreciate it. Okay. They didn't seem to appreciate it, so I can't help that. That's not my fault. Alright, I like that build. I like that build for that. Lightborn. Okay, so we want Franklin's. Move Devour for now. Actually, I want Iron Grasp. Undying I'm going to remove unless I'm putting on a Hex Totem. That's fine. I want Iron Grasp. I want to remove this. What else? We'll put Franklin's on. I don't know what else I want to... Oh, Thanophobia and something else. Tough because I don't know what else to put on. I mean, Agitation is actually really helpful, but I want something to mess them up. Brutal Strength isn't bad because you destroy stuff faster, which isn't too bad. Corrupt messes them up at the beginning. Jolt, yeah, Jolt isn't a bad perk. Oh well, they were just salty, I guess. We can't do anything about that. Do I have Jolt? No, I should have it, but I don't know if I actually have it for this guy. Coupe de, what a stupid ass perk. Coupe de Grace. What a nice perk that one is. Alright. Survivor with a basic, all gens within explode instantly. You know what? That's not a bad perk. Let's put that one on. We'll try this build instead. Because I like the other one, but you know what? If they set up boon totems, they set up boon totems. We can't do much about it. I've jolt. I probably did. I never remember. That's the joys of having short-term memory loss. I never remember. You guys clearly do, but I do not. Yeah, it's on my 5th page. Nope, I have Jolt here on my 5th page. At least for Wraith I do. You know what? Oh shoot, I can't change the killer. Never mind. I was gonna say, let me just change the killer real quick. No, I can't. Alright, cool. Really don't care what map it is. Except for some shitty maps, but I'm fine with pretty much anything else. Do those two, I guess. And, I mean, I have bloody party streamers, but I like to keep those when blood points are more active. They're all separate, I don't care too much about that. Alright, so Jolt is putting its fiber in dying state, basically messes up the gens. Okay, cool. Alright, so that one doesn't rely on me actually doing anything. I just have to try to attack survivors. Neat. No, the last team did a good job. I just... Okay. They got the gens done. They deserve to leave. They did a good job. Shattered Hope was good last round because, like, they did keep putting up boon totems, but yeah, sometimes that's kind of just a useless perk to have. I'm not running any hex totems, so having Undying is kind of useless too. Alright, we'll see how I do with the Wraith. I'm kind of mixed with him. I either do well with him or I do really shit with him, so we'll see. Sadly, it's back to being Monday. I wish it was weekends every day. That'd be nice. Alright, Red Forest, my favorite map. Nice. I will say at least I don't slug camp. If I tunnel, it's like me unintentionally tunneling. You guys know that. I don't try to tunnel people, but sometimes it's bound to happen. Yep, somebody's here. Waste a pallet. Feel free. That's fine with me. Oh, they vaulted. Never mind. Alright. I was perusing around the area. Okay, there's Bill. We'll go upstairs, try to stop him doing any stuff on that. Jen. Oh, hi. It has to be the dying state. Actually, Bloodhound's not a bad perk. I probably should have brought that in. Oh well, we'll go back up there. They had a toolbox, so that's fine. I'm willing to try Jolt. I know Jolt is a good perk, I just never use it. I'm willing to try, like, perks and stuff you guys recommend. That gen, I think, is still being worked on. That's fine. I'm just trying to injure these people more than anything, and then I can worry about putting them into dying states. Why are you here? Did you head over here? Oh my goodness. Okay. Ada, why? Oh, Ada. Right here. Ada, don't follow behind the killer. Come on. Oh, never mind. That one obviously regressed. That's fine. They can do that. I was too close anyways. Okay, we'll try to go after this person since I don't want to go after the other person that was just on the hook. There we go. Yeah, I like gen regression perks. I mean, I'm not mad at that. I know the other people are in this area. I just saw them. Oh, wish this thing didn't take so long. There we go. Thank you. This is from the recent collection, right? His outfit. Evie, you like that game. You want me to stream it again. That's fine. I can totally do that. It's just I needed a break from talking, so it gives me a chance to take a break. Thank you. Let's put her over here. No, I dig the Red Forest. It's definitely like my favorite map in the game. I like Ormond because it's snowy. I wish they'd have like an autumnal map. That would be pretty cool. Right. It's fine. Then go hook save. Okay, that item is like basically almost done for. From the show Attack on Titan. Okay, thank you. Nope, that one's still regressing. Cool. Yeah, that item is like basically gone now. All right, nice. I know they're over here. Okay, I'm gonna hit him, but he was just on the hook, so you guys know me. I'm not actually gonna go down him. Now, if I happen to find him again and come across him, then sure. Otherwise, I'm not gonna like go after him. Try to find somebody else. Did like the game from earlier? Well, I'm glad. At least somebody enjoyed it. That's upstairs, or are you downstairs? I have no idea where they are. Oh my god, it's you again. I said if I failed you again, I was gonna down you. Sorry, dude. I gave you a chance to get away, and I found you again, so that was a break. I didn't purposely try to find him. I was looking for this other person that was here. There anymore? Okay, we can leave. I don't think she stayed around. I think she's gone. Now, it's an interesting game. It definitely was different than I thought it would be. It was nice to get to learn a little bit of history about, like, Rwanda and stuff like that, which is cool. I like to check the occasional locker. You never know. They could be in there. Yeah. Nobody's really setting up boon totems, so I'm glad I didn't bring in Shattered Hope, because that would just been wasted. Oh my god. Well, I'm not going after him because he is like, he was just on the hook and there's more than one person here. So we're gonna go after her. For it, thank you. Attack on Titan, I've never seen it. It was like learning about different countries and it felt like story times, best of both worlds. Yeah, like I said, I didn't mind like spending more time streaming it, but I need to give my voice a break. Oh, I'm surprised she didn't vault there. Interesting. also surprised she didn't vault through that one. Okay, cool. That's a nice hiding spot, Bill. It took me a quick second to realize where he was. It's like, wait, this map isn't that vibrant of a green for the most part. Somebody's here. Oh, it's Ada again. Ugh. I have to go after her because I don't know where the other people are right now. Ada! Don't point at me, dude. Come on. Feel bad, but... I technically went after the other dude first and then went after this chick, so... For Ada, bye. A different story. I didn't go after somebody else in between. I don't think they're in the basement, but they could be, but I'm just gonna leave. They come back here, that's on them. They did a good job. These gens are actually pretty spaced apart, like the last people did. I know, I don't like when people... I don't typically go for that. I mean, they could also just be pointing. I try to do that too randomly. Like, them not even pointing at anybody. I'm just randomly, like, pointing. But, I don't know. I don't like when people out their teammates. Oh, it's Bill again? Oh my god, Bill. I'm gonna hit him, but I'm not gonna, like, go after him. Okay. If I can get to him, that's fine. If I can't, then whatever. That's fine. We'll let him go because he was just on the hook. Well, shit. Alright, bye, Bill. I'm gonna chase after him and see what happens. He might lead me to somebody. Hi! Oh, I missed that. Okay, well, that's the way it is. There's Bill, the old codger. Yes, please, by all means, waste these pallets. Go for it. Okay, whatever. There we go. I've never been to IHOP. I've been to Denny's, but not IHOP. I'm saying that because this person's name is Pandas at IHOP. Hi, Bill. I don't think any of these regressed, did they? Oh shoot, that is regress. Okay. Okay, that one is useless, so we'll just head over this direction. Oh, last person, you gotta go for the hook save, dude. When there's two people on the hook. I'm gonna stay around here just so they can go for the hook save. And then, yeah, they're going over now. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna try to go after the Meg if I can. Okay, Bill is that way. I'm gonna try to see if I can find the Meg. She's been sneaky, so I don't know if we're gonna find her. But I don't want to go after the Bill because, like, yeah, I don't want to go after him. Okay, there's Bill. Leave him alone. Trying to find the Meg. because she hasn't been hooked yet. Or, well, she is not going to be dead on hook, basically. Bill will be. I'm trying to be nice about this. Okay, that's not it. Okay, she's not afraid to go to Jen's because she fixed the gen on her own. Okay, she's over here. Oh, she didn't go through the window. I thought maybe she would. No, she's just not going through the window. She's like, nope, screw it. All right. Hop through the window, I think. No, she didn't hop through the window. Interesting. If she did, I did not hear her. Alright. Yeah, she did. I did not hear her go through that window. Interesting. Alright, let's go after the Bill now, if I can find him. Yeah, I didn't hear any gen regress anywhere, so interesting. Yeah, she might have that. Who knows? You don't know what people have, right? Yeah, she could have quick and quiet. I have no idea. I know I didn't think she vaulted through the window because there was no noise notification, so. Okay, there's her. I'm gonna go after the Bill because Bill is not just on the hook, but he's gonna be up here because I don't think she ran upstairs and then ran back the other way. Okay, he's downstairs. Bill, where the heck are you? Why are you way over here? Okay. I'll play along. Went after him because she was just on the hook and I don't want to hook her again. I didn't pay attention to what like number of hooks she was at. Yeah, you don't know what perks people have, right? I mean, some of them are actually pretty easy to have. Bill, why'd you give up? Oh, Bill. I let him go earlier. I knew where he was. I wanted to go after Meg. Make it fair. Okay, let's see if we can find the hatch. Gets a hatch, she gets it fair and square, you know, there's not much we can do about it. Yeah, I have no idea what they're bringing in. She probably does have quick and quiet. I just know that I didn't get a noise notification, so. Or any sort of notification. That's why I didn't know if she had actually vaulted through, but she must have. Gonna slam this down on us, that's fine. Not much we can do about that. Go for it. Thank you. This is my vault, my like destroying a vault isn't yeah, she totally has like that perk because she vaulted again and we didn't get any notification about it. That's not a bad one to have. Yeah, we'll find out soon, right? Alright. Sorry, Meg. You did good. You did a good job. Head on, yeah, we'll see what they have. Nope, they did a good job. So far the teams have been pretty chill for the most part tonight. The one person who's like your dog or whatever they were saying. I don't know what they're talking about. Your dog shit. I don't know. They never really elaborated on it. I didn't really stay around for them to elaborate on it. Alright, GG. Sameg had borrowed time, quick and quiet, sprint burst, and self-care. Self-care is just so terrible now. Unless you have like a boon totem, self-care is not very good. It's unfortunate, but it's the way it is. That's why I don't run it anymore. Alright. Right, and you can't use self-care with peeling moon. Oh, really? That's stupid. What a stupid thing. You can't use self-care with a... That's so stupid. Oh my god. I feel like you should be able to do that. That's... Oh, that's stupid. I mean, you can heal yourself with anyways, regardless if you have the healing boon, but it should be able to make it go faster, you know, or something. That's kind of silly. Alright, so I guess we'll use Jolt again. We'll use it with the Legion, because why not? So instead of Shattered Hope, which again, I do like Shattered Hope. The only other thing is when you destroy a boon totem this way, the auras of people within that boon totem range are revealed to you. So it's not really anything fancy, but it's something, I guess. All right, let's see, Jolt. Alright, we'll try this with her, see how it works out. But I appreciate you guys being here like always. It means a lot to me. Watching me play Dead by Daylight, or watching me play, you know, Wanderlust like I did earlier, which was an interesting game. Yeah, some of the choices in that game were different than I was expecting. Paired together because Claudette is a botanist, Michael is a witch. Or, oh, are you talking about Michaela? Is a witch, both use plants for multiple uses? Yeah, I know. Like, I don't understand. I don't have a problem with survivors getting to use those perks, you know? But people probably complained about it or something, and then they're like, well, no. We're not letting that happen. Michaela goes, yeah, no worries. I get it. I was in somebody's stream and I said, like, I spelled a word, I think weak, but my stupid phone put it W-E-E-K and I meant to say it W-E-A-K, and then I had to, like, fix it. Alright, let's see. Okay, so spawning the hatch in the main building. Okay, I probably won't remember that, but I will try. Under Ask Reddit, what is the most controversial food opinion you have? I love beets because they taste like how dirt smells. I don't agree with that assessment. I don't think they really taste how dirt smells. If you've washed them properly, they don't. Yeah, I know. It's like they have a mind of their own. I love beets. Beets are like one of my favorite vegetables. If you wash them properly and cook them and roast them or saute them or whatever, they don't taste like dirt. They smell like dirt if you don't wash them. So, I mean, there's that. Portion size is more important than restrictions when dieting for a lot of people. That's true. You do need to, if you're trying to restrict yourself, if you're on a diet and say like, oh man, I can't have this specific food. Like I can't have this, let's see, a piece of cake or whatever. Don't restrict yourself. Like just give yourself maybe like a bite of a piece of cake, or like, oh, maybe you want to slow down on alcohol or something. Well, just like, you know, don't restrict yourself. They're a little bit sweet. I like beets a lot. Cupcakes with super thick and ornate frosting are fun to look at, but rarely tasty. Yeah, I'm not a huge I don't like a lot of frosting on cupcakes. I'm more of like a simple person when it comes to like cake and stuff like that. So if I'm gonna have cake, I just want something simple and not really anything that's too fancy. And I actually, one of the best cakes I've ever had was when I was in Florida, when Ryan and I went and we got this R2-D2 cake from the bakery at downtown Disney, or Disney Springs. And it was like, I forget what flavor it was, but it was like a special flavor of cake. It was so good. Oh my God. And I'm not even a fondant person or anything like that, but this cake was very good. It was a very tasty cake, but yeah. Frosting, but because of lactose intolerance, it needs to be dairy free. Yeah, I got you. No, I got you. Yeah. Luckily, a lot of places now are very tolerant of food intolerances. So if you go to places, you pretty much are guaranteed to be able to find stuff. I know at Disney World, I'm mentioning them because I was just talking about them. You can get, like, if you go to certain restaurants, you can usually contact the restaurant beforehand and ask them if they can make, like, a certain food for you, like a certain, if they can adjust a menu item or something for you. Because if you have any intolerances, then yeah, they're pretty much like, oh, okay. So if there's like a specific food you can't have because of a reason, then they're pretty much like, oh, okay. And they'll adjust it for you. Not every recipe is going to be like that, but it doesn't hurt to like contact them first. I mean, for the prices, I feel like that. Oh, she didn't go for it. For the prices, I feel like that's what it should be. But yeah, I mean, I've definitely gotten some food that have been kind of gross. Oh shit, she didn't fall for it. Stop it. All right, bye. I'm done chasing after you if you're just gonna loop me around a million times. It means like other people can get shit done. All right, that's many issues, but most of them I was born with and out of control. Yeah, that's unfortunate, right? Mine are more like, I don't like this certain food, so I can't eat it type of deal. Like onions, I can deal with onion powder, but I don't like onions in general. I think it's just a texture thing for me, unfortunately. Which is weird, because I love garlic and I love leeks. So I'll add garlic to like anything. It's also this map, so like if they get the stuff done, then I'm not too upset about this. I hate this map. And I don't hate it as much as I used to, but man, this is not a fun map to play on. Luckily, I know where a lot of shit is on this map, but this is not a fun map. Go on, get out of here, Figmin. I'm just kind of not even really trying to do anything. I hate this map, so I'm not too fussed about this one. Like, if we don't kill anybody, we're not killing anybody, you know, it's not a big deal. Oh, I wasted it! What a joke. I feel like just going to a corner, like, you know what? I'm just gonna go to a corner and let them do stuff. You know what? Let's try to get at least some points. They can win. I don't want to deal with this stupid ass map, so they can win. I'm not even gonna go after anybody anymore. Just gonna try to kick gens if I see them, but I don't want to deal with this stupid map. I hate it. I know they're downstairs. I don't want to have to deal with it. Whee! All right. Alright. I also, you know, do want to get points at the same time. So, like, if I can find somebody, then great. Otherwise, it's not a huge deal. So that gen has a lot of progress on it. Shoot, where the fuck is this stupid thing? There we go. Go for it. Thank you. At least they get points and I get points. There we go. Zippity-doo-dah. Everybody gets points. Yeah, he's on this map. I bet it brings back nightmares for Tap. I think he's resilient. I think he can do it. This map just has a ton of friggin' pallets. That's like my one gripe about this map. Thank you. You. Ah, I missed again. Oh, I hate that. I hate missing. Try to trick her into using that pallet. Oh no, you used that pallet when I didn't want you to. Oh darn. Gee willikers. Now I get points for myself. Alright. Oh no, I'm so sad she used that pallet. Good, it means I get points. No, I'm not really trying to get these people. I'm just trying to get myself points. Alright, I'm gonna act like I have no idea. I know she's like right behind me. I know that. I'm gonna act like I don't know that though. Oh, they didn't come back to this one. Cool. Oh wait, there's a door over here. Let me get point. No, I basically resigned to the fact they've won. That's fine. It is how it is. Not much we can do about it. You don't like the map you're playing on. This is like really only the only option I have right now is just doing this. I mean, I want to get points, but I'm also like letting them win at the same time. But I do want to hook at least a few people, so I don't look like a complete newbie. Alright, would you right over here? Bye. Okay, that was her first hook. Yeah, they've totally got this. It's what it is. Can't do much about it. Bye. Nice job, guys. Get out. Goodbye. They did a good job with that. They coordinated that really well. No, we didn't get anybody, but honestly, it's a stupid map, and I'm fine with that. Alright, let's see if we can find anything else to get points for. No, just go. Go over there. Bye. No, wait. Wait. You can get out. I'm leaving you alone. Okay, well, if I can catch her, there we go. Thank you. I'm glad she's understanding. Get to the exit. Oh no, you're exiting out. Oh man. Okay. Bye. Yes. Bye. Bye, leave. Bye. Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I would have went after her if I really tried. I went after her. All right, let's see if I can get to the basement and close the hatch. At least get myself extra points here. All right. GG. Yeah, we could have done better. All right. Oh, Feimin! No, go upstairs. Feimin, no. Okay, I'm gonna be nice. I let literally everybody else go. Okay. I'll try to bring her upstairs and get her upstairs as quick as I can. Okay. Feimin, wait, don't fight me. I'm gonna try to get you upstairs. Oh shit, that door's not open. Oh no! I'm trying to get her. Okay, there we go. Feimin, what are you doing? Feimin! No, what are you doing? Get out! Yes, I'm just gonna chase her. Feimin, get out! No, what are you doing? Feimin! Get out! Come on! I was trying to bring her to the door. It's not happening. Alright, I don't know if she has a key. Fine, here. Fine, then here you go. Put her down. Fine. Here you go, Feimin. I wanted to get her to the door, but there's no friggin' way I can get there. She ran back downstairs. I wanted to let her get the door. I don't know what else to do. I'm sorry, Feimin. I wanted her to get the door, but she went back there. I don't know if she had a key or what she had. But then she would have dropped it anyways because I like have that item. So I don't know what she was doing. I wanted to be nice and let her have the door, but... Sorry. I tried to be nice. She probably thinks I'm a troll. Sorry, Fang. I tried to let... get... How was I seeing her aura? Who? I don't know. I tried to let her get the door. I don't know what happened. She kept going into the basement. How was I seeing her aura? I don't know whose aura they're talking about, but okay. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I know. Whatever. I tried to let her get the door. I didn't know she had a key, so... Oh well. Saying it's not on PC. No, but I'm trying to explain myself. I'm trying to explain the situation. I didn't know if she had a key. Plus, when I downed her, she would have lost the key because I had Franklin's. So... No, I had Franklin's, so they would have lost the key unless they picked it back up. Alright, most controversial food recipe. Yeah, the cupcakes, they have to have, like, the right amount of frosting. Not too much and not too little. They have to have, like, the right amount. I'm not a big frosting person, so that's why. Yeah, I know they're not on PC, but I had to explain myself. Oh, look. Flashlight. Perfect. Why are french fries not suitable for breakfast, but tater tots are? I should be able to eat whatever I want for breakfast, even if it's not typically a breakfast food, because it's still mostly the same. I don't want french fries for breakfast. I want, you know, tater tots or something like that, or like diced potatoes or something. I don't want french fries for breakfast. Sushi rolls shouldn't be so big. You have to take more than one bite or else they disintegrate. I know how to make sushi rolls. Mine aren't that large that I can't put them in and eat them in one bite. Muffins are just cake disguised as breakfast food. I mean, sort of, I guess. It depends on the cupcake muffin you have. Just because you like hot food doesn't mean you have to use the absolute hottest sauce you have. Yeah, no, I don't like hot sauce or anything, so I'm good there. Healthy food can be absolutely delicious. I don't disagree with that. Probably not a controversial opinion for many, but I'll never understand the health nut thing. Okay, what map is that? Shoot, I didn't get to see. Okay, well, I'm not sure what that was, but... Okay, who eat nothing but unseasoned chicken and steamed broccoli. Is the goal to make food as boring as possible so you're not tempted to overeat? You can make very healthy food very delicious. You can't eat sushi rolls, yeah, because of the seaweed and stuff, right? No, I like healthy food. Like, I love pineapple and stuff like that, and that's healthy, and beets and things, but I try to make them, like, tastier. So, vaguely food opinion, but there's no such thing as special occasion food. Like, cakes are often associated with parties, but if I want cake, I'm gonna have cake. Yeah, like, that I'm not disagreeing with that either. Healthy food isn't bad for you to eat it in moderation. Yeah, like, if you're eating, like, a cheeseburger or something, sure, that's fine. But don't sit down and eat, like, 5 cheeseburgers. Oh, well, yeah, I wonder why it's unhealthy if you do that. But yeah, yeah. In moderation, exactly. Broccoli is delicious. Yes, thank you. I like broccoli as well. It's definitely an interesting vegetable, but I do also like broccoli, so there we go. No, I like broccoli. Broccoli, I've liked since I was a kid. I like cauliflower. I love beets. I like pears, even though it's not a vegetable, it's a fruit, but I like pears. Pineapple, I love. I like peaches. Yeah, you can't eat. No, I know. No, I can't eat 5 cheeseburgers either. I can eat maybe 2 if I'm lucky, but that's not even really being lucky. I couldn't eat 2. I can eat 2 if I'm hungry. But no, if I go to like Five Guys or get like a cheeseburger or something like that from someplace, I'm just having like 1. Especially if you're getting fries, and Ryan and I share the fries, so yeah. No, there's no way that I could have like 5 cheeseburgers. If you want to do that, I guess have at it, but I could not do that. All right, let's go down here. I think Jolt just happened. Sorry, Yoshi. Actually, I'm not sure how you say their name, but I'm gonna say it's Yoshi. Maybe it's Yoshi. I don't know. I'm saying it's Yoshi. Oh my god, I'm getting so many notifications right now. I don't know why I got notifications for that one, because there was no progress on that one. That's weird. It seemed like it was this one here, but there was nothing there. Maybe they were vaulting. I have no idea. Or it was this one. Oh, hi. International National Cheeseburger in a few days? Oh, really? I have no idea. Right, I had cheeseburgers the other night, but we now have a an actual like freezer. We had one with our fridge, but it's not very big. So we do now have an actual like freezer, which holds a lot of stuff in it, which is nice. And we'll be able to buy like a bunch of stuff at Sam's and like freeze it. And I can buy like bread and have it frozen, because it kind of sucks when you have bread and then it goes bad within a few days, which I've had happen just because it's so muggy and hot here. Oh, there goes your flashlight. Bye. Love how she flashlit me and I used my power, and then she doesn't have the flashlight ability anymore. Oh, I love it. It's wonderful. She can't use her stinky flashlight anymore unless she comes back here to get it. Hi. This is the only survivor I haven't hit yet, I don't think. Here we go. And now they should have all lost their items. I think I've hit every single person now. What do you guys like on your burgers, like to eat? Are you like a plain burger person? Do you like bacon? And do you like all sorts of stuff like pickles and tomatoes and onions and relish and mustard and ketchup and stuff? Or are you just like a simple person? Because I'm definitely a simple like cheeseburger burger person. If I'm going to Five Guys, I will get something like Ryan and I'll split fries, but we will each get a burger. I get like the little bacon burger, so I'll get like a little bacon cheeseburger or something like that, and I'll get a little bacon cheeseburger or get like a little bacon burger. It depends on how I'm feeling. But I'll usually get the bacon cheeseburger. And because I can't do like a great big one. Mayo and ketchup due to texture issues. Oh, well, see, you're like me. I will get some cheese sometimes. Yeah, I'll usually do cheese if I'm doing like a cheeseburger, bacon, and then I'll do mayo and ketchup. That's literally it. Yours is a veggie burger. Yeah, I like black bean burgers. I like black bean, but then I'm really simple when it comes to black bean. I don't like too much fancy shit on it. Oh, I missed that. That's fine. There we go. I like black bean burgers. Those are always fun. I really like black beans. I'll usually have those with like a ton of different sides. I'll have those as my side with a bunch of stuff. Black beans are good burgers. Yeah, I remember I was in Florida at Disney World at the Caribbean Resort, and I got a black bean burger, and the woman was really nice, the person who basically took my order at the cafeteria or like the food court. She basically was like, oh, if you don't like that, you can just bring it back and I'll get you something else. But no, I liked it. It tasted good. It had good flavor. Sorry, there goes your item, Yoshi. This guy says Yoshi. I have no idea. It's Yoshi or Yochi. I think it might be Yochi because there's a C in there, but I don't know. I'm trying to trick this dude, but he's not falling for my shenanigans. There we go. Oh, shoot, he has dead hard or some shit. All right, never mind. I know, it was nice. She was very nice. She was very polite, and she's like, yeah, if you don't like it, just bring it back and I'll get you something else. It's like, oh, okay, that works out. But no, I like it, so it was good. I'm gonna get rid of this totem for now. No, it was nice. Nice job, guys. Okay, she's over here, so let's go after her. No, but I liked it. I'm not really picky when it comes to... Oh my god, this didn't work before. Why do you keep going in there? It's not gonna stop me from getting you. I don't know why she keeps going in the locker. Maybe she doesn't think I'm gonna see her even though I'm chasing right after. Bye. Yeah, I have no idea why she keeps dropping in the locker, but okay, cool. That gen was like almost ready to go when I hit it. Stop them. Neat. I don't think that one's being worked on. I know they're upstairs. I just saw them. Okay, there's Michaela way the hell over on the other side. So we're gonna hit this one first. I know they're up here. I just saw them up here. Go for it. That's fine. I kind of expected her to be there, so that's fine. Whee! All right. You have a flashlight. I'm surprised she didn't like try to use it on me. Oops. There we go. Her item's gone now. That's all I care about. Alright. I don't want her to get it back, but I also do need to go over to, like, some other areas and search for people. Okay, that's where the one item is there. I was just checking over here. Oh. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but cool. Okay, I think she came back and got... Nope, her flashlight's still there. Cool. Somebody started working on this again. That should have landed, but whatever. She upstairs? How the hell did she get up there that quick? Alright, I'm leave her alone for now just because her flashlight is basically useless now. So we're gonna head over and just see if I can get somebody else because I'm wasting too much time like chasing after her. That's not helpful for me if I'm like giving them the chance to fix gens, you know? No, that's a basic totem, okay. I know I hit that one earlier, but I wanted to make sure that wasn't a hex totem again. Yeah. They're up over by the shack. I just saw them. You. Oh, I ran out. Darn it. I ran out before I could get there. Oh well, we're gonna hit this. Get it regressing. Fine, she can be there. That's all she wants to do. She just wants to keep looping around. So I don't want to deal with that. So we're gonna head over to the boat. I think somebody's over here. Yeah, they just set that boon totem up, so we're gonna get rid of it again. Go. Doesn't seem like they really have to take that long to mend in this game. Okay, that one's already completed, right? Fix a gen quick before the killer comes. Well, that's what they need to do. That's what they should be focusing on. I know this gen has a lot of progress on it because she keeps coming back here and working on it. But I know the Yoshi person is up there because I saw him earlier. Yeah, I can hear him. Yoshi, where are you? Oh my god, that person's really adamant about that. It's always funny when they're super adamant about their hex totems. Or their boon totems, because that's taking time away from actually like fixing gens, you know? Oh dude, why'd you dead hard there? That was kind of a waste. You should have kept it. You should have kept it from something else, dude. Oh, he shivers. That's funny. I don't usually see a lot of people using this character. I don't know why. Yoshi. Well, I'm gonna say it's Yoshi. Too many names for me to pronounce differently. I'm gonna say it's Yoshi. It's probably Yoshi, but I'm gonna say it's Yoshi. I like Yoshi better. So I'm gonna say it's Yoshi. Too many names to remember otherwise. She's over there. I know exactly where she is. I just saw her. Hi. Out again. Oh, there we go. Nice. Right. I did myself. No, I'm gonna say Yoshi just because I like that better. So I'm gonna say that. This is, what's their name? The person that kept, oh my god, you're setting up another boon totem? Is that like what's more important here to do? I feel like that shouldn't be the important thing here, person, but if that's what you're into, I guess. Hi. Okay, they did not come here. I wasn't sure if the boon totem was there or not. Because this is where they were setting it up like a million times. So I had to be safe, but I do want to leave here, so to give them a chance to get saved. See if I can find like the boon totem they just set up. I have no idea where it is. I know there's usually one like over here somewhere. Sometimes there's one in the killer shack, but it's not in here. This doesn't really have a main building, right? It said, didn't they bring in an offering for it to be in the main building? But this doesn't have a main building, so it has to be... Oh, get out of here. It has to be at the boat if they count that as the main building, but I don't think that actually counts as the main building, right? I'm gonna check and make sure it doesn't count as a main building. Alright, I don't think it does. I mean, it's a boat, not a main building. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's Yoshi. That's fine. It gets me extra points. That's fine. It can be really finicky to find the hatch on any map. That is true. Stranger things have been in this game and have happened in this game. Trying to stay quiet so I can hear the hatch. Oh shoot, there you are. Hi. Oh, whatever. Okay. Well, I was trying to be nice. I don't know where the heck the hatch is. Still watching Stranger Things come back before 2022 ends. Is it like the TV show, or are you talking about like in this game? Because this would be nice if it was in this game. Sorry, person. You let me. You let me. They let me. I have no idea where the hatch is. In the game? Oh, nice. I really hope they bring back that Nancy outfit that I like. I have no idea. I mean, I feel bad because they basically just gave up at the end, but I have no idea where the hatch was. If I had found it, I would have closed it, so I feel bad. But not much I can do. Oh well. I will say GG and be on my way. I just feel bad. I don't like killing somebody. I don't want them to give up on me killing them, but oh well. Evie. All right, a lot of the mods, or a lot of the subs ran out, right? I was like, why are you using the usually use emotes all the time? But no, I know why now. All right. Go to the stupid compendium, go to level 1, go to collector thing. That's real fun and fancy. I play Killer now this season because I made it to Iridescent 1 this season 2 games before I played you. That's nice. Good job. Okay, Entity, Bear Trap. I haven't had enough time doing that 4 times. That has to be in the single trial. Well, you know what? I'm not doing this. So, although we have to go down this route. I have to play freaking Survivor all these matches. Ugh. All right, well, we're gonna do this then. This sucks. I don't want to have to play Survivor, but whatever. 100% more blood points, so more people are playing Survivor than Killer right now. Cool. I'm getting up there. I was rank 1. Now I gotta get Killer rank 1. Well, I believe in you. I believe you can do it. Good luck with that. So I apologize. I think I muted myself. No, I was rank 1 Killer. I'm not rank 1 Survivor. I never become rank 1 Survivor because I don't play Survivor very much, but yeah. More stuff here. For me, it has to be when you were at the end of the tortilla chips bag and I dump the broken pieces in a bowl, then pour salsa on top. I mean, that's not an uncommon thing. Do people not do that? I mean, I don't like salsa, but I mean, I've taken broken tortilla chips and put them in like taco before and stuff like that. Homegrown vegetables aren't about saving money, it's simply better food. I mean, yeah, if you can grow your own vegetables, that's fantastic. If you can't, then I guess that's the thing. Breakfast is anytime kind of food. Exactly. If I want to have like hash browns and something at like nighttime, I will totally do that. Like, yeah, and use ground cinnamon in meat dishes. You can. I don't tend to do that, but you can do that. Yeah, I'm reading stuff off of Reddit, like, what are some different food... Oh, so, calls for 2 more chests. Okay, cool. What are some, like, controversial, like, food opinions, basically? Pineapple goes well with some savory foods. I mean, it does. You can put pineapple with ham, pineapple and pizza if you really want to, with sausage and stuff like that. Like, yeah, pineapple does go with savory foods. Pineapple chicken, stuff like that. Great tasting food can be ruined by a bad texture, yes. Approximately 0.5 milliliters of peppermint extract added to the mix for a pumpkin pie makes it next level delicious. Really? The reason I consider this controversial because no matter how many pies get consumed at Thanksgiving with compliments, nobody else does this. I'm pretty sure people don't believe. I've never heard that before. Yeah, I've never heard of anybody adding peppermint to pumpkin pie. I mean, I love peppermint, but I've never heard of that before. That's something new. Broccoli is tasty. Yes, I agree. Horseradish is amazing and belongs on more than just roast beef. I don't like horseradish. Stuffing is good year-round. Stuffing or dressing, depending where you're from. White bread works in the right context. I mean, I like grilled cheese with, like, sourdough bread. I enjoy pineapple in smoothies. A strange texture for me otherwise. No, I totally get it. Also, like, I love pineapple, but I have to dip it, and if it's, like, fresh pineapple, you like pineapple on pizza, I don't mind pineapple pizza. I love pineapple, that's why. But if it's like fresh pineapple, like right super fresh pineapple. See, I'm not a big fan of mango, but I love pineapple. Yeah, if it's super fresh pineapple, I'll dip it into a little bit of salt water and then like rinse it off or just keep it that way because it helps with the acidity for me. Because I would eat like 20 pounds of pineapple if I could in a sitting because I love pineapple that much. It's my absolute favorite fruit. Nope, I love pineapple. But if you add a little bit of salt water, this is popular in Hawaii apparently. But yeah, if you add a little bit of salt water to it, then it helps with this acidity. No, I like pineapple, but why'd you drop that? Apple smoothies are the best. Yeah, I really like strawberry smoothies. Strawberry is like one of my favorite like fruit flavors to have in almost anything. I mean, I told you I like the strawberry watermelon Mio and stuff like that. I guess she went the other direction. Nope, I like strawberry stuff. Go for it. Oh, the people that wait at the pallet. Makes me laugh, because it's like, why are you... Oh my god. Oh my god, this team, I swear. They're just like waiting. Was that the same dude? I have no idea if that was actually him. I think it was him. I think he literally dropped the pallet on me, went into the locker, and then decided to like head on me. Are you sure you're not in another locker, dude? I don't think your thing would I think your thing would run out by then. Oh, because I got stuck on this stupid table. Can't do it on pizza. I prefer olives. Yeah, I don't like olives. Ugh, I hate olives. Pepperoni, but we like opposite pizzas. We have to fight over the last slice. Exactly. I'm like not really feeling this game anymore, unfortunately. It's probably my last match. I'm not even into this like game right now. Oh well. Again, I think I've just strung out on this game, unfortunately. Even though I keep streaming it, I think that's why I keep getting strung out on it. I like this map. I don't have any qualms with this map, but yeah, it's just... I'm not even really paying attention to the match. Oh well, it happens. I only streamed this because I was getting a little... not frustrated with the other game. I like the other game, but my throat needed a break from the other game. That's me... constantly reading for a good like 3+ hours really puts a strain on your throat. Plus I already have throat issues, so yeah. Why did you do that? Okay. Kind of weird. I don't know why he ran back to me when he didn't have to do that, but cool, I guess. I have to hang at least one person because otherwise I will look like I've never played this game before in my life. All right, which totally happens with me sometimes. I completely mess up on gens and stuff all the time. Like I've hooked one person, they already have like what, 2 gens done, or 3, well, 3 gens done. Oh well, it is what it is. And somehow I'm like misplacing people on this map, even though this is like one of the brightest maps in this entire game. No, but I'm just having like the moment where I'm like not doing a very good job in this game. I mean, I never do a fantastic job, let's be real, but I do like to do somewhat okay at this game. Plus my throat is starting to get really dry, so really dry and really sore. Thank you, Evie. I'll do that in a minute. I drank a lot of water while I was like playing the other game too. Thank you. I don't think I'm gonna have a chance. They've totally got this. But I mean, I don't want to just stop because that gives them a chance. That's like my game freezing. Oh, your item's gone. Go suck a lemon. Go suck a lemon and twerk. Alright. Yeah, they've got this. I mean, this is a terrible last match for me. Oh well. I wish Jolt worked for like basically working on any of the maps. Like I wish that's the way it worked, but sadly it does not work on that. I'm talking about any of the gens on this map. Like I wish it affected any of the gens. It just does not do that. That's an interesting pants choice, dude. Okay, I'm gonna leave him alone because I don't want to keep going around that area and having to chase him like for a million years. Where the heck are the gens? There's one, there's two. One. Oh, no? Is it in the middle? Oh, okay, I just couldn't see it. Okay, those are the three gens. All right. Yeah, I wish that the friggin' like thing worked all over the map, like no matter where you hook or like hurt somebody, put them in the dying state basically. If people into the dying state here, like it could pop the gen like no matter where you were. That's my only gripe with that perk. You have to be close to somebody doing a gen, otherwise it doesn't exactly work. So yeah, but they've got this. I've hooked like what, 2 people, if that. I'm just not doing a very good job. Oh, I wonder where he is, guys. I know he's in that locker. I tried to trick him and it worked. I tried to trick him and it worked. Haha, because I knew where he was. Oh, your head-on didn't work for me. Oh, tough luck. Sorry, Dwight, it didn't work that time. Tough titty. Yeah, I'm gonna let him go. This gen over here. Pretty sure it's between those 2 gens. I don't think well, they might be working on this one. Because this isn't, I mean, this is like, they've left these open, but it's also not a bad thing that they left this. Why can't I see this gen? That's weird. I can't see this one for some reason, so that's why I didn't know that that one was not, like, that one was not being worked on. There was your item again. Bye. Yeah, now I can always see. Maybe it's a perk one of them has. Cause like, yeah, I couldn't see it when she was working on it, or one of them was working on it. So I'm guessing it's like something that they have. She's also moving like really quick, man. Right? Maybe it's a perk she has. I don't know. Or an add-on or something. Alright, Kate, let's go this way. Yeah, I can't see it being worked on. I can't see it at all right now. That's interesting. Because I can totally... Oh, well, it's not being worked on at all. I can totally see, like, the other 2, but not that one for some reason. Okay, I know somebody just ran the other direction. Fine. Yeah, Jolt is great and all, but I think I need a different perk. It only seems to work a little bit. It's not, like, the best perk for me. Hit you. Excuse me. My throat is, like, super... Sorry guys, my throat like has a tickle in it. I apologize. I like to mute myself, but I can't really do that right now. Sorry guys. Oh my goodness. Yeah, see, like, I totally can't see that gen. I mean, it doesn't matter anyways right now because they fixed all the gens. But yeah, like, I couldn't see that gen for some reason. That was weird. Oh, it didn't work again. Tough luck. They're really, like, hugging the walls. I'm gonna try to go after Dwight because he's here. There we go. Hi, Dwight. Oh, that's his first hook. I thought I hooked him once. I guess not. I'll do the hydrate after I'm done this match. Right. Well, we know that door's not being worked on, but they might try to do that door since she's over here. How do you have another item? This guy just keeps finding like a million items. What's your item again? Bye. I'm surprised he didn't like throw it down anyways. Ah! Alright, we'll put him over here. There's his med kit or whatever the heck he had. I know they're going for that door. That makes the most sense, but... Bye! I saw somebody over here, but maybe I didn't. They're not going for that door. Oh yeah, they are. They're totally going for that door. Oh, they already have the other door open. Nice, guys. Well, it didn't exactly work out, but it is what it is. Okay, we're gonna put her over here. For Kate, bye. They totally, I mean, we know they have that door open, so they have a chance to get out and leave. There's nothing else for them to do here. We know they've won. So we got one person, not like a match I want to end on, but oh well. Don't leave, bye. All right, cool. Let me see if I can get rid of this. Oh, shoot. I was hoping I'd be able to get points off of that at the end. I should have just, like, let them go and whatever. Oh, well. I killed one person. You know what? That's better than nothing, so... 33,000 points is really good for a survivor. Like, let's be real here. 33,000... Oh, my God. Why can't I type? 33,000's really good. 31,000's excellent. Like, those are good points. Thank you, Evie. No, those are a good amount of points for a survivor to get. If I got 31,000 every time, I'd be very happy. If I got 30,000 points every single time, I'd be super thrilled. But, no, they did a good job. They did well. They all deserve to escape, but... I got one person, so I'm happy about that. All right, I think I'm gonna try to level up somebody. Let's see here. Do I have anybody almost leveled up? I mean, she's a little ways away from being leveled up. These, oh, wait, Nemesis? Is he like super close to being almost leveled up? Oh yeah, we'll finish Nemesis off. Okay, cool. So let's see here. Guess we'll do claustrophobia. I don't really care which one we do. Yeah, we'll finish him off, and that way we get his next level thing. We can get stuff for people. See what he actually gives us for being like the next level 3 or whatever. Alright, so everybody gets tier 3 of these. Cool. Alright, I was hoping for a cosmetic, but whatever. Alright, so he's leveled up now. They're half, so they're probably at what, like 25? Ah, 24, close enough. Okay. So let's see if anybody else. I mean, the nurse is not that far off. The wraith isn't that far off. Michael's not too far. These characters are basically not really there. Wesker isn't that far. We'll try leveling Wraith up, I guess. Yeah, so we'll definitely stream that game again, but it's probably gonna be a bit of time. I still need to do, there's still a bunch of games that I want to stream, and then I also need to finish up Game Deck. Well, I don't know finish up, I don't know how far we are actually into the game, but I want to continue Game Deck. I want to do that one, or oh, Gift of Pain? Gift of Pain. Yeah, I want to do, there's a bunch of games I want to stream that I haven't streamed, basically. No worries. Oh, I need to drink. Forgot, I need to drink my water. Hold on. There we go. That water bottle's done now. Well, I appreciate that, Evie. Yeah, I need to do... There's like a ton of games I just need to stream. Oh, well, we use... Oh, shoot. We use both of these, but I'm going to use Undying just because it's a better perk, in my opinion, for me. That way I can use it with, like, any Hex Totem and it'll work, so... Alright, we should have enough points to level him all the way up, but we'll see how far we get. I don't use the Wraith that often, but I don't mind him. Starting to get into, like, killer fatigue. Like, I don't know which killer I want to play now type of thing. I need, like, another game that I stream, like, really often instead of Dead by Daylight. I wish that Friday the 13th was just a popular game. It bums me out that it's not, like, super popular anymore and not a lot of people play it. I know Worm streams it, but you gotta find, like, the right group, like, the group of people to actually, like, play that with, you know? Otherwise, it can be difficult. Mocha? Yeah. Dead dog. I like that map. Go with this. Anonymous wasn't in the stream tonight. There we go. Anonymous took a day off. No, I do like to stream random stuff. I need to find the right stuff to stream. I need to find a game that I can just, like, stream. Roxy, welcome to stream. How are you doing? They did, but you got a few new followers. Exactly, I did. That was very nice. I appreciate followers, definitely. It means a lot to me. That's why I like to thank everybody that actually, like, comes in and follows the stream, and any sort of things that happen in the stream I like to thank people for, because it does mean a lot to me. You good? Just got off the Genshin to play DBD with friends. Nice. Yeah, I'm basically ending the stream, so welcome in. All right, I'm just trying to use up my blood points. Okay, let's see what we get for level 7 with the Wraith. Oh, we got a charm. Cool. All right, that was exciting and fun, I guess. All right, I'm trying to see nurse. I don't want to use her. I'm not good with the nurse. That's the problem. Guess we'll use points on Wesker. We don't even have him at level 1 yet. All right. Well, we're not gonna get that because that's just gonna, like, take that away from us, so oops. Okay, cool. But no, I like the game, but I want to finish off Game Deck, obviously. I might restart Quarry and actually stream it here. I don't know yet. I'm not sure what I want to do. I have a bunch of games that I need to stream, and in my inventory, in my Steam list of games that I've never played, or some that I played like back in the day that I never finished, that I kind of want to restart. So I would totally have to restart. Superior Anatomy. When a survivor performs a fast vault within 8 meters, it activates the next time you vault a window. Your perk or your vaulting speed is increased by 40%. It deactivates after vaulting a window. All right, so not amazing, but cool. Exit gates are powered. This perk activates. Will terminus is active. Injured, down, and hook survivors are afflicted with broken. When gates are open, survivors stay broken for an additional 25 seconds. Okay, cool. Oh, that one, right. Hopefully you have some good matches, though. I had pretty decent matches tonight. By decent, I mean, I don't think I killed all the people in every match, but it is what it is. That's just bound to happen when you play this game. You can't win every single time. If you did, that would be amazing, but you'd have to be in like the top tier of players to do that. And I am not in that league or rank, so there we go. Yeah, we'll go Penimento. We'll see how close we can get to level 50 with him. I don't think we're gonna make it, but I'm gonna try. Okay, we're on Undying, nice. Survivor, you can see the aura of other survivors within 18 meters. I mean, that's not terrible if you're like, I guess that would work if you're slugging, but I don't do that, so that's not really useful for me. Yeah, sadly we're not going to be able to level him all the way up, but I'm going to try. Not trying to buy any super expensive perks because I want to build, like, level us up, so we'll see what happens. So I'm not going for, like, pink perks for the most part, because, you know, they take coins that we don't currently have, or blood points, I guess, that we don't currently have. We're close, 15,000. This sucks because we're literally at 50. I don't think we're gonna be able to do it. Damn. Now, well, we were close. We almost have it, and then I think we unlock these perks for everybody. So, oh well, it is what it is. I don't know if there's anything new in here or not. I really like this outfit for Claudette. But it's expensive, you know. It's like what, 1,080. That would use up all my orc cells. So that's expensive because buying 1,000, where is it? Buying 1,000, if this is like literally the best I can do right here, it costs $10. So that's not cheap, you know. I mean, I bought ones over the years, but it's expensive. Make sure that actually is on the end part. I think it is. All right, but yeah, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. I'll definitely be streaming the other game in the future, the other like one that we played earlier tonight. But I think the only thank you I have as far as like activity feed goes is Toasty My Bagels, who is in a match with us earlier tonight, and they followed. That was just funny. We got in a match with like the same people we did the other day, so it's definitely a group. But yeah, that was funny. But yeah, also thank you to you guys for being here. I really do appreciate it. You guys are awesome, amazing as always. It means a lot to me for you guys to show up to my streams. But I have no idea what I'm going to stream next. Who knows? I might stream something entirely new. I have no clue. Because I like Darkest Dungeon, we like Death Road to Canada. I have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection I need to stream at some point, so I might do that. Book of Demons, Shadow Hand, Planet Coaster. Although Planet Coaster, I kind of want to wait until I get like a second monitor to do that. Game Deck, Clue. I have a bunch of other games that I want to stream. I mean, House Flipper's always fun. Frostpunk, The Quarry, Ancient Enemy. There's like Jurassic World Evolution. There's a ton of games, so I don't know. I have like 600 something games in my library, so yeah, I gotta figure it out. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. I really do appreciate it. Have an awesome one, and I'll talk to you later. Bye everyone.